for the love of fandom and the escapism of pop culture.
To the seas of Naboo
and the direwolves of Winterfell.
All the way to the streets of Haddonfield.
Join us as we call the banners for the House of the Empire.
Whoa, can you see me? Now you can. Hello, everybody, and welcome to another edition of House of the Empire. This one is going to be a very, very special, very unique edition, and I'm going to address the elephant in the room right off the bat, and that is not a slight. It's just an acknowledgement of a different configuration, a different setup, and a different structure of personnel that's going to be with us tonight. This is a very special episode with a very special person, one of many guests that we're going to have on the program tonight. But he was the best man at my wedding, and he is my best friend. Not a slight to anybody else that's on the program tonight. But we were able to borrow a few hours of his very busy schedule to be a part of something truly special tonight. It's Mondo. Dude, welcome to the show, number one. And number two, really, really excited about all that's in store tonight.
Absolutely. I'm excited about both of those things equally as well. And I didn't find your elephant joke a slight, or not joke, but your elephant thing a slight, especially after the elephant picture you shared with us yesterday.
Yes.
It's
a compliment in that respect.
It's a very
Jesus. Yeah. In our other Jurassic fans group chat, I went to a zoo that's about 2 hours drive away from here, and let's just say that one of the bull elephants had a fifth leg, and it was very, very prominent. So that was really interesting for all the kids coming out of Sunday school to look at while they were, enjoying God's creation. But yes, that's a good point.
It sure implies you saw an elephant with a fifth leg and thought, man, I got to snap a photo right away.
Pretty much. I don't think I'd ever seen a dong quite that size before. Not in any porn, not in any dude ranch, not from any horse. In fact, I think they need to think about changing the phrase hung like a horse, because erect like an elephant is probably more proper.
Well, let me enlighten you. No.
The other voice you heard a second ago is Johnny, and over there in the upper corner is Shawn. These guys made up a very popular show that harkens back over a decade, and that's just how far back and then some that this friendship goes. So we're going to talk for a little bit here at the top of the program about that show in kind of a retrospective. And Shawn, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like a lot of the types of banter that used to take place on that show is very similar to some of the crap that we were just talking about off the top.
Yeah, I think it's spot on. I think one of the old lines that used to come out of my mouth was, if your kids are listening, put them to bed. This isn't the show for them.
Yep. I remember that.
We used to start late enough where the line was, why aren't they in bed already?
Yes. Yes. Oh, we start that late now. Why ain't I in bed?
Yeah, for real. Also, y'all check your group chat messages. Johnny.
I feel like I'm missing something because I can't check it at the moment.
You can't look at your phone.
No.
And we got our producer Randy in the chat going, I am really scared to look at my phone right now.
I'm not. That's impressive. That's
like, you can't even be mad at that.
No, you can't.
But it's so reminiscent, like you said. Why aren't the kids in bed? And now, Shawn, you actually have kids that you do have to put to bed when you're getting ready for the program. Back when Star Wars Wastelands was a thing, you were nowhere near the stage of life that you're in right now. Can you talk a little bit about the comparisons and contrasts? Like, what was similar about the Wastelands days to today, and how do you feel like it may be a little bit different now?
Well, I'm not with a crazy ass bitch. Let's get that one out of the way. No, I was. I don't know how young I was. I guess 10 years ago. I'm still in my
Take your
mid
current age
20s.
and subtract 10. It's really not that hard math.
Was in my mid 20s, and I had one child, but wasn't in a great place. And, definitely despite surviving a heart attack, in a much better place today than I was then. I'm learning that raising a daughter is 100 times harder than raising the two boys combined. So,
a lot of lessons learned.
Yeah.
Johnny, what would you say is like one of the lessons you've learned about podcasting and just your personal evolution and like maybe the evolution of technology over the last 10 years? Because it used to be just a radio only format, and now we're incorporating video on YouTube, that sort of thing. What has like the evolution of show hosting been like for you over the last decade?
I mean, it's been huge. You know, it's very different now than it was then. You know, I'd say the most important thing we've learned in some degree in the last 10 years is structure.
You actually have show notes. You actually have things you're supposed to talk about.
Which is actually so amusing when you think about our first episode being so structured. Shawn literally spent a week preparing a script. Like, I literally
You had to read off a page?
From like 2 feet away from me right now, if I could stretch around my green screen and get it on the other side of my green screen, I think I have like a 6-page printed script from the very first episode.
Oh, wow.
Wait, 2 of the pages were like all Knights of the Fallen Empire announcement too.
The press release for Knights of the Fallen Empire was like 2 pages long on itself. But like, you know, somewhere around there we realized that structure like that wasn't our forte. You know, we didn't do well under that structure, and we took the reins off. And I'll admit, at times, the reins came so far off.
They just went flying off of the bridge.
I mean, how many podcasts do you know that have literally had someone propositioned by a streetwalker during an episode? Because we did.
Including you guys, 1.5.
So I mean, you know, it's elite company. You know,
I've had propositions on other podcasts, but not from streetwalkers.
Remember that story for later in the show is all I'm going to say.
Uh-oh. He's got something cooking. Mondo, it's been a little while since you've been able to do pods, but you and I still keep up with pop culture. You and I still keep up with movies and Star Wars, and our big thing is the Jurassic franchise right now. What do you feel like your fandom experience has been like over the last few years? I know that you haven't been able to express those thoughts as regularly as maybe the rest of us, but kind of, I guess, catch the people up a little bit on what have you been really into the last few years?
You know, that's actually a really good question. So, you know, in terms of on-screen media, I kind of took a little bit of a step back from a lot of the deep fandom stuff. You know, I stopped worrying as much about every news article about every franchise. Stopped worrying about looking for the biggest pieces of news, the spoilers. Like, we went into Jurassic World a couple months ago, and I knew almost a few months ago.
It was probably like 5 or 6 at this point.
It feels like, honestly,
it's freaking November, dude.
I know, time flies. But you know, I went into that movie not knowing much about it other than
it was dinosaurs.
There was dinosaurs. Scarlett Johansson was in it, and there were these cups that 7-Eleven sold with these.
Oh yeah.
And I had no idea what the connection was between those. So that's kind of how I've enjoyed it, is, you know,
a little more casual,
and just enjoying it for what it is.
Mm-hmm. And what would you say you've been when you do go watch something, is there any thing in particular that you lean more towards than another? Because I know you mentioned earlier today to me privately you were looking at Avatar tickets. We did Jurassic. Did you go see like Top Gun, like some of those action type movies? Or are you going more to dramas, comedies? What have you been leaning to?
Honestly, a mix of all of them. I mean, I went and saw Top Gun. That was a fantastic movie.
A-list just gives you so many options now.
It really does. I'll tell you a movie that I'm going to see later this week, and it's probably my number 2 most anticipated film for this year behind Jurassic World, and that's Wicked 2.
Yeah. Wicked was really, really good. I didn't know it was coming up that fast. I guess I haven't been keeping up with the pop culture that much either. In the Wastelands days, you guys talked about some pop culture things, but it was predominantly Star Wars. Shawn, I obviously with the name Star Wars Wastelands, that's the top billing item. What were some of the rumors? What were some of the announcements? What were some of the things that y'all covered and discussed in some of those early days of the show?
I mean, I think one of the things for us was we got brought on to channel 1138 by the Star Wars Underworld guys. And we knew that they were movie heavy. So we wanted to do something that wasn't as movie heavy. Like eventually, hey, you get close to The Force Awakens, all 3 of us are over the moon, can't wait to see the movie, talking about it all the time. But we took the approach of let's focus more on like the games and some of the other aspects of Star Wars that we spent a significant amount of time on. So I just definitely remember a lot of deep video game discussions, which is why our main discussion point tonight is about video games and not about, the movies and other stuff that's going on.
Johnny, piggybacking off of the video game topic, you guys all play games on different consoles and have over the years. Is that how you guys originally met? How did this come to be? Because I'm sitting here with a dude from Irving, Texas, and y'all are from north of the border. Like, how do we get this type of thing to coalesce and get Wastelands to form in the first place?
I mean, gaming was the crux. That is, that's where Shawn and I met Mondo, was through gaming. So that's where it all started. We would be the guys hanging out in the Xbox Live party at, ungodly hours and, playing games and doing things like that. And, eventually we found, we all sort of had this enjoyment of Star Wars. Shawn obviously more so than either of us. And, Shawn listened to Star Wars Underworld. I didn't. And an opportunity came up that, he started emailing them about, I believe it was about appearing on their show. Is how it initially started. And then, the idea kind of came up of, well, why don't you guys just do your own show? And it was born from that. And, eventually it got to that point where this is where we were, I mean, Shawn and I, we've been, we've known each other for 30 years, so it's obviously our relationship predates gaming by a large portion of our lives. But, Mondo came in, I want to say what 2006, 2007, maybe
2008, sir. 2008.
Well, that was
not a moment 2000 and late.
Johnny was a peeping Tom on our NASCAR sessions.
I was not a peeping Tom on the NASCAR sessions.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Except for the few times in the later years when you guys had migrated to iRacing and needed someone who wasn't actually in the races to commentate on the races. I did that a few times. That would be the extent of my eavesdropping in NASCAR stuff.
I have to point out that Shawn briefly turned his camera off so he could beat his pussy.
Because he didn't mute it. He didn't mute it either.
No.
She was gently shoved away, yes. I don't believe in animal harm.
That's what they all say. Gently shoving. Just a nice, light little touch, and it pushes it over
Usually
the edge.
I just have to go, psst, and she's gone. But she's insistent on being on cam tonight.
I think there's another website for that where you show your pussy off. It's called OnlyFans.
Yes.
Speaking of fans, Mondo, you guys developed a pretty strong fan base back in the day. People who would stay up late with you guys and join in the Mixler chat on 1138 and kind of provide some verbal jabs or some insights or whatever it was. What do you remember about the Wastelands community and how that kind of enhanced what you guys did?
I remember we had a very eclectic group of people that would follow us. You had individuals that were very big into the figure collecting. You had fans that were big into collecting all sorts of type of physical media, and they were very proud to share every opportunity that they could. You know, I remember we had individuals who, well, let's just say they were a little more political than they probably are capable of being. I say that politely, and would kind of take things a little too far at times. And then we had just, obviously we had a lot of casual fans that, weren't as prominent, but, it was just a very fun group.
Mm-hmm.
The chat was always wild. And, I think the chat really fed into, and we've talked about some of the camaraderie that we've had.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the chat a lot of times fed into that.
That's cool. That's really cool. Shawn, I've got one question for you in particular, kind of about the origins, and then I have a question for each of you that will all be the same, and we'll kind of start curtailing the conversation a little bit after that. The name itself, Wastelands. You shared this story in group chats and shared it with me privately, but share it for all if you wouldn't mind. How did that name come to be? How did you all decide on that, and how did that influence the show moving forward? Because names are so important. You've got to decide on a good title that you're bought into, that you can market correctly, that you can present not just as a program but as a form of media, of social media. How did Star Wars Wastelands come to become the title, and why?
So I think, like most projects that we do, there was a process of just going through a bunch of names, and I remember nothing was really standing out. And I remember two things in particular. I had just watched Star Wars A New Hope, and Ben Kenobi has the line about the Wastelands. And I was listening to a lot of a new Linkin Park album at that time, which one of the singles off of it was Wastelands. And then I thought about a lot of mine and Mondo's conversations, and even Johnny at that point. Just our conversations we'd have on Xbox, and like, it's nothing PG, and it can be out there and a little wild, so it kind of felt like a wasteland. So that's kind of where the name came from, and no one fought it, and we just went with it.
That's a really fun origin story, because it's very true to who you guys are. Like the wild nature, the really, really deep conversations that then sometimes take a left turn out of nowhere. You can get lost in the Wastelands, and that was something that I think definitely happened conversation wise. It definitely happened moment wise, and I had almost forgotten about the line about the Jundland wastes and how they're not to be treaded lightly. So that's pretty cool. Johnny, I'll throw this kind of a wrap up question to you first, but I'm going to ask all three of you this question. Do you have a moment, episode, or memory that stands out to you the most from when Wastelands was a regular thing? And why does that in particular stand out to you?
I mean, I've already mentioned that tonight. It's the Burger King hooker. It's the moment. It sticks. It sticks. Like you can't not think about it and remember it. Like it is the moment that sticks the most because it was the most. Like we built the show on being unpredictable and fitting in the things we needed to fit in, talk about the things we wanted to talk about while doing it in a relatively unpredictable manner. Now, 90% of that happened because of Mondo. Let's be honest. He was our chaotic lynch.
He is chaos theory. Which, by the way, y'all need to watch that.
I love him. Season. I love him. Mondo is the epitome of a chaos gremlin. You never know what's going to happen or where it's going to happen, but something is going to happen. And most of the time it came from Mondo. And this instance wasn't. This was back in a time where, obviously we were different places in our lives. So, Shawn wasn't actively hosting the show at that point because, he'd be coming home from work while we were recording the episodes. And I was hosting the shows at that point. And, he would occasionally, if you're familiar, Whopper Wednesday. That's a thing, and it was something that, Shawn would take advantage of. Now, show's recorded on Wednesday. So typically he'd be coming home, he'd hit the Burger King, and then he'd go home, and enjoy his dinner and finish recording the show. But on this particular week, I can't even remember the reason you stopped in the parking lot of Burger King. I can't remember if it was to eat or if it was, because there was a line in the drive-thru or what the reason was, but you stopped in the parking lot at the Burger King that week. And all of a sudden we hear this tapping. Nobody understands what's going on, and you kind of go quiet and shocking, and then you roll down the window, and we hear the side of the conversation, and you're being propositioned in a Burger King parking lot, and it just, obviously it took over the show, but it's something you can't predict. You can't be prepared for that as a host. There's no page. I'm sure you know this yourself from your experience.
Hell,
there's
no notes for that as a human being.
Exactly. So it's like, it sticks with you so much as a moment, as a memory beyond the show. Like it's one of those moments that, I'll randomly think about it. I'll drive past that Burger King or I'll eat from that Burger King and I'll be like, I wonder what that hooker's doing now. Like it's that kind of randomness. Like, what if she still strolls that parking lot on Wednesday nights? It's just the random thoughts that pervade.
Funny you mentioned that. Stay tuned for later.
Oh man, there's still more later. He just keeps teasing us. All right, new rule. You're not allowed to tease anymore because we're almost done with this segment. And new rule, you two aren't allowed to pick that same answer. You got to pick something else.
Well, I'm glad I took it first.
Yeah.
I'll be quick with mine. I love Mondo.
You've got one in mind.
Yeah, I love Mondo to death. Many fond, crazy memories. Some super personal and then some just wild. But I never had much faith in him when it came to trivia. And I don't remember the exact night, but I remember Mondo was just in there for trivia again. And anybody who listened back then knew that half the time Mondo would be just given whatever type answers that have nothing to do with the trivia game whatsoever, like it's an episode of Seinfeld. But then the other half of the time, he might make an effort. And on this night, there was some sort of like weird elimination style process. Anyways, the night ended with Mondo as the Star Wars Wastelands trivia champion, which included some other big names. Yeah. So
wow.
That was a nice.
You actually took it seriously that night.
I did. It felt pretty awesome. Not many people are going to get this reference, but I felt like there was a Monday Night Raw where I believe Eugene got a win over Triple H, and it felt like that to me.
That's fantastic. Okay, so trivia, the Whataburger hooker. What's the third Wastelands memory that's going to close this segment out?
Man, I don't know if it's one. This is going to be a cop out, but I don't know if it's one singular memory. But it was, to me, logging on every Wednesday knowing that there was an escape from work, from life, from all those little things. And for a couple of hours, I wasn't this employee of somewhere. I wasn't, I wasn't trying to make anybody happy or proud or anything like that. I was just able to be me. And every Wednesday I would log on to that Mixler, and that's what it would. And that to me was the epitome of what Wastelands was. And it's funny you talk about how the name came, because to me the name was that, but I always thought of it as the three of us in this weird way. I felt like we're kind of this misfit group of ragtag podcasters that not many other podcasts wanted much to do with, right? I remember us having conversations about that with the Star Wars Underworld and how they positioned our show on their channel and how certain things like that would kind of be. And it always felt like, to me, we were kind of, to me, it was a clever way of saying, we're the misfits. We're what everybody else is kind of cast away, but we're kicking y'all's ass. And to me, that's what I always took from that.
It was a pretty kick-ass show, and it's pretty cool that you mentioned the idea of escapism, because from this point forward, House of the Empire is going to take a short break. It's going to take a back burner for tonight only. And we are going to provide folks with that escapism one more time. The gang's all here. There's more special guests on the way, but it won't be as House of the Empire. From this moment forward, ladies and gentlemen, I am very proud to present to you, at very least one more time, Star Wars Wastelands.
You're listening to the Empire Network.
Welcome back to the Star Wars Wastelands podcast, a year reunion show. Boy, that makes me feel old. And this show's a little bit of a different type of energy if you're not used to it. Joining me, as always, the man that we used to call McMahon. We'll just refer to him as Mr. Fabulous Threesome himself, Johnny V. What's going on tonight, brother?
I am still digesting the member berries that intro just gave me. The nostalgia was strong there. I forgot how much I missed that intro at the end there. That was one that right in the gut. So many great memories. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm happy. I'm excited. It's fun. Like you get this way every week, but this one's special.
Yeah, tonight doesn't happen without a lot of people doing a lot of things to make it happen. About the intro, start there, the beginning portion, if you're new to the show. And if you're not new to the show, maybe you don't remember the Empire Network portion, followed by the red intro over the Revan music, was done by Jake Damon many, many years ago. And that was kind of the chunk of most of the first year that we were on. And then that back half there was probably what we were most used to going forward. Joining us, as always, I don't know if little Mondo's around, but Mondo's around. Let me tell you, that little bastard appears tonight. I have some words for him. But Mondo, what's going on, dude?
Oh, not a whole lot. It's actually funny you mentioned little Mondo. He got a little bigger as that intro was going on. No, I'm kidding.
As big as the elephant?
No, he doesn't get very big these days. Anyway, I actually was trying to find ways to maybe bring that character back, but I don't know if my little sound modulator still works. And what's actually funny, I don't know if you guys actually even remember this or not, but the way I actually got little Mondo to work in the first place was I had bought, I don't know, a particular headset to try to do podcasting with. It was for my PC, because when we started, we weren't just joining via Skype. Like, we were all on PC, and I had this little PC that I was using, and I got like this proprietary PC headset, and it came with this sound mixing audio software that I would use to make that happen, because it would all be just done on the computer, no equipment needed. It would just turn the microphone. And about 3 or 4 weeks after I got that to work, I think we changed our platform, or something happened, and it wouldn't work anymore. And I was so sad that little Mondo essentially got the podcasting equivalent of SIDS. Oh.
Or Zach hasn't even been introduced yet. Who's in house?
So, but I've been good. Let me answer the question. I've been well. I've been eating very well, as I'm sure you can see. I take up almost 3/4 of this damn couch. Yeah, I should be called Mondo Fit. DoorDash. Yeah, there you go. DoorDash has been good to me.
Yeah, I can attest to that. I've got access to his email account. Man, we're in for a wild ride if this is how you're kicking things off.
I'm not gonna lie, I was choking a little there. I had to take myself off cam. It's gonna be.
I'm just glad I can kind of duck my head down far enough to get out of the camera shot.
Yeah, I don't have that luxury. The Zach Arnold Productions,
survival.
Yeah, Zach Arnold Productions is in full swing over here. We're using my father-in-law's 1080 camera, so you get Mondo in full frame, and I can't hide like Johnny can. So I don't have a clicker. If I want to hide from the frame, I'm going to get up and walk away. I can't do that.
So, also joining us, one of the men behind the IPC podcast, sporting a Whataburger t-shirt tonight, and the man behind Zach the Voice. It's Zach himself, co-host here at House of the Empire and longtime friend of Star Wars Wastelands. Thanks for doing this. Doing this with us tonight, man. Without you, we wouldn't be here.
Man, when you pitched this idea to me, my only condition was I want to be part of it, and you were like, yeah. So, like, I'm super excited. I'm super glad that we were able to get the band back together for an encore and to celebrate 10 years, which is just a crazy thing to think about. Because I think IPC has been around since 2014. So we only had a year up on you guys, if that, maybe like 7 or 8 months. And, I remember those 2016, 2017 times right around the time I was getting ready to graduate from college. And just as Wednesdays were kind of the thing for you guys, Fridays were the thing for me with Ben over on IPC. So we had Wastelands Wednesday, Underworld Thursday, IPC Friday. And so no matter what part of the week you needed entertainment, that old Mixler channel would have you covered. And so I'm really, really glad that y'all were able to make this happen and that I could be part of it.
Yeah, IPC became a mainstay for me because for the longest time, I was doing every other week travels for my little guy to bring him down on weekends. And so that'd be Friday night, and the way home, IPC always found its way on. So glad to have you tonight, man. I figured if we're going to have you, though, we're going to make you participate in trivia. And there are a bunch of people joining us tonight from the past. Later on during the 50th anniversary of Star Wars segment, we're going to be joined by Ty Nelson. During trivia, we're going to be joined by Ben Hart from the Star Wars Underworld, as well as Tommy B.
And IPC.
And IPC. And anything else Ben's got his hands in these days. And then Mr. Go Fuck Himself, Tommy B. Live and in living color. Ian can't be here because he's 14 hours ahead of us in time. But he did record a little something that we'll play at some point during tonight. And right off the bat, a guy that wasn't confirmed until I believe several hours ago today, you heard the intro to begin with. That first half of it was done by this guy, Mr. Jake Damon. What's going on, man? Long time no see.
What? Is this a surprise for Zach?
I heard you were like a 30% maybe, and now you're 100% here. What the hell?
I was doing things the Jake Damon way where I don't respond for several hours and then I let you know like minutes before.
Dude, this is like another IPC reunion because you were on for like 2 years with us.
Dude, yeah. Well, first of all, hi.
Hello.
It's great to see all of you. This is taking me way back to 2015, 2014, 2015 when I first met you guys. I think I met you guys a little before that, but yeah, that was my thought too. When I saw Zach, I was like, this is a little IPC reunion. I feel like I haven't been on a podcast in like a full episode in years.
You joined us. You joined us for one back when Skype was still a thing. We were able to Skype you in while you were driving around, but I don't remember if that was for a whole episode or a partial.
Yeah, I can't remember either. But
you came and actually got to try Whataburger a few months ago.
I was gonna say earlier you were like Mondo, you were like, as you can see, I've been eating well. I'm like, I ate with him at Whataburger. I can confirm he eats well. But that was the last time I saw you guys was when my dad and my brother and I took a trip down to Dallas Fort Worth area, and I was like, I think somebody I know lives around there. And
we went and saw Planet of the Apes, didn't we?
Yep, Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes.
Yeah, that was a good movie.
It was, yeah. But
dude,
yeah,
you also a lot of people don't know this. You also designed IPC's logo.
Yes, I did. Once upon a time, that was fun.
The planet logo with the teal coloration. That was your brainchild.
Yep. I can't remember what year I did that, but I've dabbled in.
I mean,
design.
so we had just a generic logo for a little while, and then I think after about 2 years, we finally got in touch with you. So it took us a little while.
Since
but
then,
this is not an IPC episode. Shut me the hell up. This is a Wastelands episode.
Sean's
but
like, can we
good to see you. Yeah, he's just like looking off camera, going, "Are these guys ever going to shut the fuck up?"
Well, you were mentioning different things. Jake, I want to ask you or tell you to this day, nobody, and I mean nobody, has caressed my titties the way you have.
I did not know what was going to come out of your mouth, but I did think it was that.
and yet we all should have expected that.
But yeah, at the same time, it was the most Mondo thing that could have possibly been said. But I'm proud to be
to hold that title.
To hold that title, yeah.
You don't just hold the title. You hold the titties.
The titty title, yeah.
The titty, the tittle.
And if anybody ever bests me in that area, I will be there to reclaim my title. Like, I will defend it with everything I have.
You better.
But it was.
I think we need I think we need a permission slip from your wife first.
Well, what she doesn't know won't hurt.
He says as he looks over the head, waiting to get hit from behind.
She doesn't have to know everything I'm doing.
Man,
but Shawn, it's great to see you, and Johnny, it's great to see you. Thanks for having me on.
Glad you're here. We got some topics to get into if I don't die before then, which is on the table at this point. So let's talk a little Star Wars when we have you, man. I'm going to skip the first one and go to the second one for now. We are, let's see, I'm not great at math, but it's 7 months away from the first Star Wars movie in theaters since 2019. Wow. The Mandalorian and Grogu, directed by Jon Favreau, produced by himself, Kathleen Kennedy, Dave Filoni. The word on the street is this was supposed to be The Mandalorian season 4. And they repurposed it into a movie and then had an opportunity to change some things later on. This movie still doesn't have a full announced cast. It does have a trailer. We'll start with Mondo because he hasn't been here in a while. Have you seen anything at all with the Mandalorian and Grogu? A trailer, anything? And if not, what do you think about this being the first Star Wars movie in not far from a decade, man?
Okay, I finally finished eating my French fry. I honestly haven't seen much of it. I'll be completely honest with you. That was kind of part of me pulling myself out a lot of fandom stuff, is not wanting to look too much into things, because what I found myself happening is everything was awesome, right? When you look at trailers and you'd read the synopsis, and you would hype yourself up so much, right? That when you went and saw it and it was a giant elephant dong, you felt sort of sad. So to answer your question, which I do a terrible job at doing, is no, I haven't seen anything. But I am excited about it because, like you mentioned, this is the first Star Wars in theater since 2019. And I do think we're at a point where I feel like Star Wars does need a bit of a cleansing, so to speak, and I don't mean that in any way as to the quality of the previous films. I mean that in no way to that, but I do think from the perception standpoint, and I think that The Mandalorian has been kind of carrying the Star Wars flag for, well, since The Mandalorian became a thing.
Since Disney Plus became a thing.
Yeah. And I think that that's honestly probably the best move to try to maybe reignite a little bit of cinematic spark into the Star Wars franchise.
So I've got a question. Do you guys think they should do like a movie sequel to Andor?
Yeah, it's called Rogue One. It was in theaters about 10 years ago.
Zach, were you setting him up for that, or did you think about that?
I just wanted to see how long it would take the gears to turn.
That's okay. I'm gonna spit out A New Hope instead of Rogue One. So, Zach, what about you, dude? Mandalorian and Grogu. Where's your expectation level at for this thing? And is there that old Star Wars, your new Star Wars movie, excitement going on, or is it just kind of existing out there in the ether?
It's probably a little bit of both, because Star Wars has been such a big part of my life and has allowed me to do so many things. It was my interest in Star Wars that got me into IPC, and then it was IPC that got me into what I'm doing today with the sports broadcasting. And so without Star Wars, it's like that domino effect, kind of like the O.J. Simpson led to 9/11 type of thing. Like, if I didn't have an interest in Star Wars, then
I'm sorry. Wait.
What?
Go back to the.
I'm sorry, the butterfly effect, but that's a wow.
I've never heard of that. But I am very intrigued.
Now, I heard a redneck once say that if Dale Earnhardt hadn't died, then 9/11 wouldn't have happened. But
now that one makes sense to me. No, sorry, Zach.
I'm trying to see what was the connection, because I may have gotten it. It may have been. I may have remembered that one incorrectly, but
I hope you didn't, because
I'll try to find it at some point. But somebody found like this weird, how like you do the 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon kind of thing. It's like this person knew this person, and this person led to this thing. Like this domino led to this domino, led to this domino, which led to 9/11 kind of thing. And so like it's one of those, but I can't do a quick Google search of it and keep talking about Star Wars. So if somebody else wants to look it up, be my guest.
I don't need to. That's just a saying from this day forward.
O.J. Simpson led to 9/11.
I'm just going to be asking everybody about that. Like, about the O.J. Simpson thing, right?
The O.J. connection to 9/11. But without an interest in Star Wars, I don't have IPC. Without IPC, I don't have Zap. And so like there's all of these things that make Star Wars a integral part of who I am. And so I'm going opening night, regardless of what kind of fanfare there is or what kind of casting announcements there are, how many trailers I've seen. Like, it's part of my life. It's part of the subculture that I've just been brought up on. I may not travel to go see a movie like I used to. I've done, premieres in California and places like that, but I'm still planning on seeing it. So the interest is probably a little bit lower than like official movies are, like I was with 7, 8, and 9, but I'm still very intent on seeing it and enjoying it, probably with this guy.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I had a mouthful of potatoes.
Dude, those Whataburger fries hit different.
Even cold. Like, I mean, like.
I just imagined whole potatoes in your mouth.
I've done that before.
He can do that too. Don't tempt him.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll probably be at Clearfork, and I'll probably have to sit there for the first 12 minutes of the trailers trying to catch my breath from walking up the stairs. But yeah, that's probably where we're going to be, and it's going to be a good time.
All right.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, I thought that said something different. I didn't see the O.
I didn't see the O either. I saw it out of the corner of my eye, and I was like, "Who is this?"
I thought it. Okay. Time out. So we've talked about recurring visitors, and Shawn has mentioned several times to remember the Burger King story. I honestly have expected for him to be like, and now joining us, the woman who was
The one and only LaQuisha.
Like, this is ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you to Cinnamon. Cinnamon is she's been a big part of our show, even though she didn't realize it at the time. Cinnamon, how does it feel to know that you made a bunch of Star Wars fans a little horny?
Jake just starts talking, slips into character.
Wow.
Jake, what about you, man? Like, I don't know where you stand with The Mandalorian and Grogu, but one of the things I'm having a hard time getting past is, for me personally, I'm more excited about the movie that comes after than I am that. And that doesn't mean Mandalorian and Grogu is going to be bad. It just feels like the people who are making them are also more excited about the movie that comes after than The Mandalorian and Grogu.
Which is what again? I'm sorry.
Star Wars Starfighter with Shawn Levy starring Ryan Gosling and Matt Smith.
Yeah, that looks awesome. Just from that first still, that looks awesome. And I love Matt Smith. I love Ryan Gosling. So, yeah, I'm excited for that for sure. I didn't realize that was the next one. But, yeah, as far as The Mandalorian and Grogu, like, there was a little trailer for it, wasn't there? Because I think I remember seeing that. Yeah.
Can you call it that?
It was like a teaser.
It felt like a teaser. I have no idea what the plot is.
Yeah, I don't either. But like, I'm not excited for it. Like, I'm excited to go see something Star Wars in theaters. The whole idea that it might be season 4 just kind of boiled down to a movie kind of feels a little disappointing to me, because I feel like I'd much rather get a full season of a show than a movie. I feel like whatever the story is going to be for The Mandalorian and Grogu could just, be stretched out a little bit, because it obviously was. I don't know how they landed on the title for Mandalorian and Grogu, other than like, who are our two main characters? That feels a little stupid to me, the title. But what it feels like to me is like, I remember back in the early teens, there was the movie Atlantis, The Lost Empire, which is a great mess. And I got all excited when a second was coming out. And it turned out that a second movie was just like 4 episodes of a canceled show that they put together into a movie. And what I'm worried about, and it sucked, by the way. And so what I'm worried about is that, not that the quality will suck, but that they'll have a hard time cohesively making the parts that they take from the show into a movie. I think it'll be better than the second Atlantis, but it also kind of reminds me of like how Netflix is putting out Stranger Things, like the finale, into theaters, right? And it's like, it's still essentially a show, but you're going to pay whatever amount of money for a ticket to go see it in theaters. I do think the theater experience is superior. So I guess, if I had to choose a way to see whatever we're going to see in the movie, I'd rather see it in a theater. But I just wish there was more, maybe like 2 movies. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I'm hype on it, but it doesn't quite feel like an event, like episode film,
You just reminded me of a dark time in Disney movie fandom where
The early 2000s.
where they would create a bunch of sequels to crap that nobody even liked the originals for, and then they'd just stick them on the DVD, and they'd always be in those white DVD boxes.
Dude,
Yes.
like what was it? Fox and the Hound 2?
Fox.
Yeah.
and
That was one of them.
Two.
Yeah.
Pocahontas 2.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Cinderella 3. Like,
Little
when was there a
Mermaid 2?
second one?
One of the funniest ones to me, it wasn't a Disney movie, but some I don't know, some no-name brand. They came out with Titanic 2. And I don't know what it was a sequel to. Was it a sequel to another cartoon movie or a sequel to the Leonardo DiCaprio movie? I don't think so because it didn't have the same characters. But it was like The Legend Continues. And it's like, I think at the end of Titanic, the ship sank.
Yeah, well, you know what?
I mean, that's just my memory.
What really got me was Left Behind 2.
Right.
The
Left Behind,
first
we're
movie's
still
about
here.
the rapture. What does that mean? Jesus came a third time? Like, what is this movie supposed to be about?
Wait, you missed that part in the Bible when Jesus came?
Did you see
times?
the third movie where the guy falls from the building? Good old Nikolai Carpathia.
Oh yeah,
I've
Nikolai
seen those
Carpathia.
movies. That's right. I know exactly what Zach's talking about.
What a great name for the Antichrist, by the way. Nikolai Carpathia just sounds so
Yeah.
evil.
That's a name that I didn't have on the bingo card of popping up tonight.
That's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow getting around to crappy movies while Zach's on the panel just feels appropriate for the man who
Yeah.
brought up the zombies.
Zombies, yes, thank you. Thank you. Not only
Hey.
did I have to watch that crap, I was too sick to be on the episode.
Zombies is a masterpiece. I will not hear any bad
No
talk
zombie
about.
slander.
Okay, speaking of
No,
slander.
Oh, I'm just curious. Did the check clear before you said that, or are you waiting for Zach to tell you later?
No, dude, I've actually found a worse movie to watch now. If you can believe that.
Too. No, I'm just kidding.
It's I think it's on Amazon, and it's called
A
Llamageddon,
lot.
Oh,
Okay.
God.
and it's literally like these film students who had like a $3,000 grant, and one of them had a grandparent who had a llama farm, and they just did this really terrible CGI red eyes onto the llama and made it look like it was like lasers shooting the kids on the farm.
When Zach inevitably gets around to putting that forward for Flixbusters, I'm just going to go ahead and pre-submit my scores, zeros across the board, and I'm just not going to watch the movie.
Oh,
Yeah,
man,
we're gonna
that's getting-
review Bomb.
That's getting a 20 out of 20 on the enjoyment factor every time.
Put this
20 out of
straight
20
back
on the why did I watch this factor.
20 out of 20 on the I'll never watch this factor.
No, that's what I thought too about my mom and dad's anniversary tape that I found. But
For some,
it was-
when you said that, I thought you meant like honeymoon. For something like, no, it's not the same
No.
thing.
I think the content is the same based on the joke.
Yeah.
Okay.
They labeled it wrong. They
Just
labeled it wrong.
a little more squeaking from the joints because it's a few years later.
Yeah. So, but the only reason I ended up watching it was because it was actually taped after it was taped over my baptism. So.
There's a different kind of sprinkling going on in that other video.
I need a white flag.
I really should have prepared
it's
more
close
for what I
enough.
was jumping into tonight.
For the four
Close
of us,
enough.
I've known about this for a month. I feel like I'm not prepared enough. You didn't have no amount of time.
So I want to point something out. For the fun, did the listeners see exactly what the 5 of us or 6 of us are seeing right now with the squares?
Yes.
Okay, every time you bend down, it looks like you're sucking on Jake's head.
Wait, let me see half your face again.
Oh, they're merging.
I'm gonna say stuff, and your eyes have to match the
Yeah.
thing.
I see it.
Hi, I'm Johnny, and I have so many regrets in life. I'm just gonna
Honestly,
end it right
right
now.
Someone needs to send a wellness check on Randy.
Honestly,
I don't think Randy knew what he was signing up for tonight.
He hears the stories from us, and like there was a point in one of the previous week's episodes where we were talking about this. And he's like, "It can't be as bad as you guys say it is." Were we wrong, Randy? Were we wrong?
He will be on soon enough to tell us. By the way, I know we're already. Sorry,
He's
go ahead,
trying
Zach.
to monitor our time and be like, okay, let's talk about the next thing. And here Mondo is talking about his baptism.
He's trying to be conscious of what Mondo is.
Trying to moderate a true Wastelands reunion is trying to herd cats. It's physically impossible. You can't.
Yeah, and I like Randy too. It's not like this was punishment. I like Randy a lot. He might be one of the best guys we've had. But I know we got to get on to another Star Wars topic here. But let me just say, on my walk back from having a pee-pee, I heard slander spoken rather about the Fox and the Hound 2. Which one of it you guys spoke slander?
A random defense of that movie comes in from left field. I thought we moved on from that.
In what world is it the sequel? They revert back to being puppies.
That is weird.
It's like they have Benjamin Button syndrome, or they're going like into some sort of flashback world or something. It's not even a sequel.
Before the age of live action remakes.
And the hero and the villain, both of that movie, is Johnny Cash. Like,
all right, I'll watch it.
That tracks, though.
John, and who's the other one? Is it Reba? I think it's Johnny Cash and Reba are the two stars of that animated direct-to-DVD movie. Like, they did
do that. They brought in like these weird stars from other things to play.
It's a wild ride.
Like Hunchback of Notre Dame too. I remember it was like Jennifer Love Hewitt and this person and that person.
The only two direct to disc or direct to VHS that stuck was Lion King 2.
The Aladdin sequels were pretty good.
The one I remember is what was it? The 40 Thieves one.
The 40
Thieves. Third one.
That was a good one. Return of Jafar, right? Yeah.
But that was a little bit before this time, because those were actually like highly advertised, I believe. Like I actually think like Burger King, shout out to Cinnamon, or McDonald's.
Thanks for the shout out, Mondo.
Shout out to the Cinnamon. Actually had like actual toys and promotional stuff for those films. The ones in the early 2000s, you would just be strolling through Walmart and you would be like, "Oh damn, what's this new movie?" And then you take it home and realize it was a big steaming pile of donkey dick.
Yeah, like Croc's New Groove.
How do you know what that smells like?
You don't want to know.
Zach, that is a great point you make. How the heck does he know?
Did he go to the same zoo I did?
I was single for a long time.
Look, all I'm going to say before we move on. All I'm going to say before we move on to our last Star Wars topic, and we'll float Jake out an idea, and he can decide if he wants to do it or not. But before we get there,
I can't add more questions this late in the process. Remember that.
I just have to say this. I heard from a friend of mine, a reliable source. I believe his name was Charles Gray, and he told me firsthand information. I mean, anything that guy says you can trust. That if it wasn't for Fox and the Hound 2, Christopher Nolan's Inception would never have existed. True story.
Yeah, and if it wasn't for O.J. Simpson, 9/11 would never have happened.
Hey, Johnny, suck my head.
Oh, God. Johnny needs help. Oh, no. What is that noise?
Oh, man. I could go so many different ways.
I think I need a paper bag. I'm hyperventilating.
So we got to cut a Star Wars topic. It doesn't feel right to. We're going to be doing video games here in a second. Everybody has their top 5 lists.
Oh, what now?
That we'll be doing.
We what?
Oh God! Please tell me you guys read the show notes. Zach is worrying me because he's note heavy. We might need to play the Ian clip early and give people 7 minutes. Welcome to Star Wars.
Hey, I want you to know
trivia.
Okay, you're not gonna. I'm sure you're gonna find this hard to believe.
Narrative.
But I think I read your show notes one time. The whole time we did Wastelands, and it showed. Okay, it really did. That's actually where half of my Mondo-isms came from. Is I was like, I don't have anything for this. I don't know what to do. If
I am unprepared.
If I filibuster it enough, maybe they'll know.
We're good though. We're good because we do have.
We've done this segment enough times in the 10 years we've done this show that I can just pull it up from memory.
We have a 7.5 minute clip prepared from Ian, which is actually this topic. So if we need 7.5 minutes, well, Zach and Mondo assemble a top 5 Star Wars game.
Dude, literally, where is it?
Which is it's right before the trivia, sir. I'm looking at it right now on the shared notes. Randy joins the show to discuss our top 5 Star Wars games in a roundtable format. Tommy B. might slated join.
Okay.
Well, that's some great grammar.
See, I'll admit I read that as you had a top 5 prepared that we were going to discuss. Not that we each had to have our own.
Discuss our top 5 Star Wars games.
Well, the good news is we can play the Ian clip early, which is what we'll do. But before we do that, one more Star Wars topic to talk about in here. I don't know if Jake ended up getting back in here or not. He did.
Hey, sorry about that. Somebody was calling me.
All good. If you can poll in the next 10 minutes your top 5 Star Wars video games, you're welcome to stay for the next segment.
I know them already.
But in the meantime, let's do the hunt for Ben Solo things out there. May or may not come back. It feels pretty forced, not in a bad way, but intentionally put out there now. So clearly, there's at least intent to have the character be alive after the Rise of Skywalker. So this is kind of an out there question. How? We've seen him disappear at the end. We assume that Rey took his life force to live at the end of Rise of Skywalker. Jake, I'm going to go to you first, man. They might do a Hunt for Ben Solo movie. Clearly, they were going to at one point, and it got shelved by Disney. How does this work? How can they explain him still being alive?
Truthfully, I do not know. I haven't really put much thought into it. I'm sure there's a lot of ways you could write that in. What I don't like is the idea that they would kind of shoehorn this in as okay, well, the fans would like it, so let's do it, even though the intent was not for him to be alive. I don't really like that switcheroo. He shouldn't have died in the Rise of Skywalker. That's my opinion. But there's not much we can do about that at this point. But I think if the explanation was something that was passable and that I could buy, if they made it really good, if the writers really buckled down and were like, how do we make this make sense? Then I guess I would have no problem with it. But I think the mistake was killing him off in the first place.
For the record, Shawn, I have mine and Mondo's compiling his, so I don't know if we need to take the intermission after all.
Let's buy you guys a couple more minutes. Johnny, how about you, man? How's Ben Solo still alive?
Because there's going to be a little note at the front of the scroll, and somehow Kylo Ren survived. That's how.
Somehow Kylo has returned. In fact, he never left.
He's actually been living on Octu. That's why no one can find him.
Okay, so I do have a thought on that because I just finished doing the audiobook for Dark Disciple, which is a really good Star Wars book, by the way.
That's one of the few I've listened to. It's good.
Dark Disciple is really good. And what is it? Tales of the Underworld actually links the end of that book to where Tales of the Underworld picks up, and they just use some sort of dark magic to revive her. And the condition of Asajj Ventress's return is that she is not allowed to interact with the people of her past. So basically, you can retcon stuff and throw in the conditions of not encountering anything else that could create logical fallacies, and just have Kylo interact with other people aside from Rey. It's a big galaxy. He could hook up with somebody else.
Makes sense. Mondo, how is
backwards.
Ben Solo
Your
still
mirror
alive?
Your mirror image. We can't read that.
To now
like Spanish.
go in
Darth M count is coming because
Oh.
showing that screen so much. But yeah, you are mirror image, so you're probably going to want to check the settings and try and change that before trivia. We're all going to get very confused very fast.
or learn to write completely backwards.
It might be easier to do that.
There's a setting in the settings for mirror camera. You have that turned on.
I think he's still alive because that's how they wrote the script.
Occam's razor. Sometimes the simplest explanation is the right one.
He doesn't need to filibuster. He just needs to BS. He did it.
Flawless.
Yeah, but it goes against the rules of that's still backwards.
Oh, nice. It's still backwards, but you're in a different spot.
You're in a different corner. The sign is exactly the same.
Oh, now I can read it.
It's just you that moved.
Oh.
But no, for the record, I do have my 5. Do you have a 5?
I have a 5.
I have a 5.
5.
Sometimes 5.5.
$5.
I have 5 fingers. Does that count?
$5
5 toes?
So we're going in order from like
I have
least
the
favorite to
toes
most
that I
favorite
have.
of the 5.
Ron Swanson.
Okay, so interestingly enough, the mirror camera option, I have it toggled off, and it's still not working. So,
well, that's going to be fun for trivia. Learn to write backwards.
I'll do my best. Joining us for our top 5 Star Wars video games to complete this little round table for this segment, we got 2 individuals. Number 1, the guy, I think his podcast on Channel 1138 was called the Blue Milk Podcast, if I remember correctly. And around the Fandom Empire area, we knew him as Mr. Go Fuck Himself, Tommy B. What's going on, buddy?
Why do you look like the banana from Fortnite?
Because oh.
Clean cut.
Also, I want you to kind of move your head up like to the upper left. The upper right, I'm sorry.
Up to your right.
Like toward your bookshelf. Behind you.
I'm gonna pretend to eat you. Like the banana you are.
You're just eating books.
Or
now if he goes the other way, it's fine.
Or are you supposed to be a banana in pajamas?
I mean,
or a banana hammock.
I mean, I'm in a sweatshirt and sweatpants. That's technically pajamas. I don't know. I'm cold.
All right.
I got evicted from my old office space because it's going to be a nursery. Okay.
Oh yeah, yourself isn't the only one you're fucking anymore.
I'm just curious. Did Mondo reach up there to puppet that one out of you? Because that's a Mondo line.
Yeah.
When,
It's like,
when
Zach,
he
I
said
wrote
that,
something on my hand saying
Here, read this.
when he
You guys
said
got
that, all I,
problems.
yeah,
You
Some-
act like
some-
you've never
some
been
big
here.
problems.
I'm worried about you if you're just figuring that out. Yes, I didn't know you wanted me to bring that up, but honestly, it's I think it's something to celebrate. Mr. Tommy B is going to be a daddy. There's going to be a little Shawnee running around. Can't wait for it. Right? Yeah? No?
Mm,
No?
Now is this your first child?
yeah.
All right.
Well, the first one that's matured into a human. The rest of them just kind of warmed up in a sock.
Good God.
I never
I saw where you're going with it. I saw it, and it was like a slow-mo train wreck.
Oh yeah.
I never
was bracing
understood the
myself.
sock thing. Man, imagine the friction. No, thank you. No.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
You just
I've never
show
been a
it to me.
sock.
No,
I've never
you-
been a
no.
sock guy myself.
No. What? No.
Also
it's merely a
joining us.
So
receptacle.
stop on it instead of in it. Is that supposed to be what we're doing here?
Yeah, you just
The
it makes cleanup easier.
It's a receptacle, not a fleshlight.
Oh.
Also joining us, he's the new guy on this show tonight, but he's been with us for a couple of years, and he's getting his first taste of Star Wars Wastelands tonight. The guy who's been producing the show, keeping us up to date on times and things we have to cut. Let's give a
Telling us how
wellness
far
check.
we're off time.
Yeah, let's give a wellness check on Randy. What's going on, buddy? You still okay over there?
What the hell did you get me into?
So anyway, what you do is you take a balloon, you get some Vaseline. Oh hey Randy, what's up?
Oh, I just
No.
look.
Honestly, my friends and I are a lot worse than this when we play games, so it's nothing I'm not used to already because I have. It's just
Okay, I'm never trusting Jake to make the water balloons.
Wait, Joe,
Well, now.
I was born 2 months.
Don't knock it till you try it.
And I learned I've learned the thing that grows the most in the last 2 months of the womb, and I would just use the thimble from Monopoly.
It's not even a full size thimble. The smallest thimble ever made.
Yeah. Yeah.
Checks out.
I actually secretly get a government check every month because of my self-esteem problems. That's why I drive a compact car, so it tries to fool women.
Do you actually drive a compact car?
I used to. Now I drive a hybrid. It's better. I save the environment.
You drive a hybrid?
He saves on 2 kinds of gas now.
No, he drives a hybrid.
Man, I just can't see you in like a cube. I can't see it.
It's not a cube, but I would dare say that if his car was in a swimming pool and he sat down in the car, the pool would go dry.
How about a
Like-
Nissan Versa?
That was my
All
first
right,
car.
all right. I'm gonna need the least compact car you have.
Yep, 2008 Nissan Versa hatchback.
No
With
shit.
All right,
changer in
let's get into these lists, guys. This is the way this is going to work. Is we're all given our top 5 lists. We're going to give our 5 and our 4 at once. So Johnny will start going clockwise. It'll go Johnny, Zach, Mondo, Randy, Jake, Tommy, and myself. And what'll happen is you'll give your 5 and your 4, and then we'll one at a time go 3 through 1. Feel free to chime in on the conversation on some answers, but be selectful just because of time. We need to be at trivia in about the next 20 to 25 minutes. We do have Ben Hart waiting on board for this. So, Johnny, why don't you lead us off with your 5 and 4?
Damn, Ben is listening to all of this.
5 video games.
Oh, poor Ben. Poor Ben. All right, I will start with my number 5, Lego Star Wars. Really pick whichever one you want. They're all so interchangeable and so amazing. Number 4, it's the Old Republic. For me, it's just provided so many hours of fun gameplay that it has to be in the top 5 for me.
Oh, it's me. I'm apologizing to Ben. My number 5 is actually one that this guy introduced me to. It's Squadrons. I don't play it a whole lot, but when I do, I always feel super, super immersed. It's probably my favorite VR game. I've always wondered what it would be like to sit in the cockpit of an X-Wing, and that game allowed me to do so. So Squadrons would be at 5, and Lego Star Wars: The Skywalker Saga is my number 4.
Nothing for that one, Mondo? Nothing? You said cockpit. You got nothing for that?
No, because he's not dressed like a banana.
Oh. All right.
A banana with a foreskin.
Yeah.
Good lord.
Yeah. So never mind.
Somebody's peeling the banana.
Yeah.
Nasty. All right. So at number 5, I've got Star Wars 32X, and at number 4, I have Bombad Racing. No, I'm kidding. Number 5, this is going to get some. My whole list is going to get a bunch of shit. I just want to put that out. Number 5, I have Star Wars Power Battles. Okay. I actually really love that game, and my stance on that game has not wavered at all since
10 years. 10 years, and it's still an answer for his top 5, and it just.
Yeah.
Oh, you're straight up now. We can read that.
I think he wrote it backwards. You can
Yeah,
tell.
he did. Wow, you mastered that quicker than I thought you would. That was difficult.
Darth looks like a megaphone.
Darth Cunt.
Darth Cunt. That's the name. That's like, you know what? That's actually the name of the Burger King chick. Darth Cunt.
Hey, while on that subject, it's a really great marketing ploy because you just walk up to the window and whoever you're presenting to just say, you can have it your way.
Yeah, or she could just be like, I'm looking for a Whopper. Like, you know, I mean.
More like a Whopper Jr.
Or a thimble dick. It doesn't matter.
I think a Whopper Jr. will get you in more trouble than you want.
My number 4, oh my God. My number 4 is Knights of the Old Republic 2. Oh my God, I dropped my phone. Okay, it's back.
Oh,
isn't Jedi Power Battles the one where Mace Windu has a blue lightsaber? Is that right?
Mondo's giving you the I want to kill you eyes, and Sean's agreeing with you.
All right. Not sure.
What about you, Jake? 5 and 4.
5 and 4.
Over Randy completely.
Did we skip Randy?
Randy, screw you, man. It's my turn.
No,
all right?
see, it's the backwards thing. It's the backwards thing.
Now Randy can go fuck himself.
Producer Randy.
Who is apparently muted.
I haven't seen a Randy get fucked this bad since Mr. Leahy.
Randy, you're muted.
In the building.
Shawn, did you mute him on the back end?
Shawn looks muted too.
He's mouthing the word Shawn.
Who can talk?
Unmute me.
I can talk.
I am
was
speaking
muted.
into the speaker.
Yeah, Randy's gonna have to leave and come back because I see that. Oh, actually, hang on. Wait for it. How about now?
Did you mute me? Was that you?
Oh shit!
Me?
Yeah, you.
Me?
That face
yeah, I see what it is. Like I said, fuck the new guy. I get it. As I was saying earlier,
I don't have that power right now.
I know you don't have that power, nor will he ever give it to you. It's like I was saying, it's cool, like the different answers I'm getting so far. So I'm going to go completely off the reservation with this. My number 5 is
Power Battle. You're not that far off the reservation.
Okay, I'm trying to be nice, but you know, my
mine really is Bob Bad Race.
No, I'm not. No, Masters of Terra Kasai. There we go. No, number 5 for me is Jedi Survivor, and my number 4 is Shadows of the Empire.
I loved Shadows of the Empire. That entire project, everything it was about. It was so much fun. I love the book probably the most. There was the graphic novel series. They even had like their own soundtrack for it. It was the movie marketing without a movie. Is what people look at it as, and it was a lot of fun. I believe, Mondo might know more than me because he's the video game guy here, but I want to say that was like a launch title for the 64 or close to it. I believe that came out before Rogue Squadron.
That was a big Nintendo 64 game. In fact, like that was one of the games. I want to say that was one of the few non-Nintendo games that was featured on the back of the box at launch.
I believe you're right.
Stormtrooper was on it. That I do remember.
Okay, Jacob, take over.
So I was gonna say my 5 and 4 were gonna be Star Wars Battlefront 1 and Star Wars Battlefront 2, respectively. But I actually had a last minute change. I do love those games, but I think my number 5 and 4 are Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace for PS1, and Star Wars Episode 3 for PS2. I have a lot of fond memories of playing both of those games. I don't think I ever fully finished The Phantom Menace because that game was hard, and it was hard mostly due to mechanics.
See Johnny, mock me now, bitch.
Were you playing that as a child or as an adult?
As a child, I feel like as an adult I'd have a better handle on it, but I found it almost impossible to maneuver as any character in that game. But it was still fun for some reason. Like I still enjoyed it. I enjoyed trying. And then Episode 3 was just a ton of fun. I especially liked the alternate ending that you could do in that game. That was a really fun thing.
So 2 things. I don't know if anybody's going to really remember this, but back when Star Wars Episode 3 came out, I believe the movie game came out like the night before or like the week before the actual movie hit theaters. And so many people were flocking to buy it or rent it from Blockbuster at the time because they wanted to get a taste of the movie before it came out, because this was before like the internet was such a big thing, right? I mean, it was still a big thing, but you didn't have phones in your pocket the way that you did today. So it was a relatively big event.
For context, when that movie came out, MySpace was 2 years old.
Uh-oh, we got a mommy and a baby.
Hi, Sharon.
I feel so fulfilled now.
Hi, Sharon.
Nice to see that child wind up in a stock team.
The one.
I'm sorry, real quick.
Eventually.
Go ahead.
I tried doing a playthrough of Phantom Menace last year on our channel, and I got to Tatooine as far as I got. And I had Johnny harassing me whenever I was friggin'.
You were on Naboo.
No, I got past Naboo. I got to Tatooine. You might not have been caught up. It's on the channel. Check it out. Yeah.
I just remember you having
I didn't get much further than that. That's for damn sure. So, that game is hard, even as an adult. It's like, oh my god, you got to be so specific, and the movements aren't great. But there was so much to do in it. Like it was very immersive. It was a lot of fun. And then that Revenge of the Sith game was really underrated. Mondo was right. I think it was out almost 2 weeks before the movie came out, because I wanted to get it, but my parents knew that I'd been waiting like 3 years for this movie. And my mom was like, absolutely not. You are not getting that game before the movie comes out. And it's like, I am 17 years old. I'm buying that game.
Real quick, I kind of want to retroactively put those 2 that I mentioned on the same level. That's probably cheating, but because that's the only way I'm going to fit any Battlefront game in there, and I'm just going to choose Battlefront 2 for my 4th. That was just
2005.
Yeah, ungodly amount of hours playing that game.
Great game.
Yeah.
Tommy B, what are your 5 and 4, man?
Well, because I don't give a damn about the rules, I'm going to do a clarification here. I believe that Knights of the Old Republic needs to properly be ranked together.
What?
Yes. I believe it is wrong to rank KOTOR 2 on its own.
What?
That is a great game. Hell of a stance.
The game itself was half made as it and it had a lot of bugs.
I don't think he
And there goes Tom. Thanks for joining.
Man, the game was half made, it was missing planets, and it had a lot of bugs. So, having said that, my number 5, I guess we'll call it a runner-up, Republic Commando. But really, I put Knights of the Old Republic 2 in that spot. But I really want to put Republic Commando over it.
Didn't you just go on a Harry that you can't rank them separately and then immediately rank them separately?
And that is how I threw an extra number in there. And then I guess my actual number 4 was Lego Star Wars, but very, very specifically with an asterisk. Very specifically. There is a specific game, unlike what Johnny said earlier. The Skywalker Saga. It is the newest game on my list, and that is a damn good game. I put many hours into it. My only regret about that game is I bought it very, very late into its lifespan. I got it cheap. I think I got like for $10, $10-15.
I got it even cheaper. I got it.
Oh, on the Switch.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've heard it's I've heard it's a lot better on other consoles too.
I got it even cheaper. I got it free. It was in Epic Games last year for free.
I need to point something out, and this is going to sound like I'm picking on you, Tommy, but I'm not. I love you.
Oh! We all believe that. Okay.
Does everybody? I want you to look at Tommy. Does he not look like a villain from Indiana Jones?
I just can't.
Man, I'm not a villain. I'm just kidding.
Now you look. Now you look like a penis's dick.
How do I look more like a banana and less like a Nazi?
like you look like you're chasing Mr. Jones to try to find pieces of the Covenant or something.
The Ark of the Covenant.
Pieces, Ark.
No, you said pieces of the Covenant. That doesn't mean anything.
Neither does half of what I say.
But when he scrunched the hood, all you saw was the glasses, and he kind of looked like a minion.
I saw the guy from Mean Girls who was trying to hide during the school assembly
Dude, I ain't
thing.
seen Mean Girls in like 10-15 years. I don't even remember the movie at this point. Besides, like, Pink. That's it.
Whoa. Hello, Shawn.
Sean's like, I'm the real star of the show.
Hello.
And now Randy's just completely cut off.
This is my show now, bitch. Okay.
All right, let's move on.
The rotation's all out of order now.
Oh, correct. So my 5 and my 4 are number 5 is Rogue Squadron, just the N64 one. I think the next game they did, I believe it's called Rogue Leader for GameCube, if I recall correctly, is probably a better game. But that experience of playing Rogue Squadron for the first time, keeping in mind I never got to play X-Wing or TIE Fighter or X-Wing versus TIE Fighter on PC. But for console gaming, that was the first time I really felt, oh, hey, we're flying Star Wars ships, and it feels real, at least real to me at that time. So Rogue Squadron was huge. Rogue Squadron was huge, and I remember, I won't get into what happened that day I played it for the first time, but I nearly died. Johnny tried to kill me. That's a true story.
Did not.
And then,
Johnny, if you're gonna try, finish the job, man.
I did not try to kill him.
Do or do not.
My number 4, I wish I had room for Revenge of the Sith. I really do, because I feel like it's worthy of being on there. But an underrated game. I was really disappointed we didn't get a 20-year anniversary release for that on like PlayStation or Xbox this year.
Like a remaster.
No, not just like ported over like they did with the Power Battles and the Episode 1 game and the pod racing game, but we didn't get it. So that sucked because like that's a co-op story you can play through for the most part. But Jedi Knight, Jedi Academy for me, it was I could be wrong, but for Legends, it might be the only game other than Masters of Tears Kasi or whatever that's set after Return of the Jedi. And it was, if you're a book nerd, it was a deep dive into a lot of that stuff. So I really like that game, and everybody raves about the lightsaber combat to this day.
Did that game involve Exar Kun in any way?
No, it involved Marco Ragnos.
Oh.
Yes,
And you
Marco
lost
Ragnos.
me.
Johnny, I believe it's your. Wait, did we start with you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, let's keep doing 2 at a time, and then we'll do our 1. Give us your
All
3
right,
and your 2.
Well, I'm realizing that I skipped one that probably should have been on the list that I would have added, but yeah, it was Empires of War. Great game, RTS, love RTS. Number 3, Shadows of the Empire. Everything you already said. It was a close to launch title. It came out 2 months after the 64 launched in the US. I checked that on Google. And number 2, the Battlefront 2. Come on, the hours are just. It's probably one of the games I've played the most in my life, which is saying something.
Which one?
The original, the good one.
I wouldn't call the second one a bad one or a bad game.
Comparatively, it's terrible.
Okay.
We played it at launch, Tommy. It's terrible.
Okay. I like the story.
I gotta double check, make sure I got my order correct. So my bronze medal is Lego Star Wars the original, where you're in Dex's diner playing episodes 1 through 3. I loved the random bar fights that I would start outside of Dex's diner. You just shoot one person and the whole place goes to shit. And it was so fun that it didn't involve the levels. It didn't involve getting mini kits or anything. You just shot people for the hell of it. And then actually I thought that game's Phantom Menace chapters were probably some of the best made chapters of probably any of the Lego franchises that I've played. Like, there were some really good ones for Indiana Jones, but I thought Phantom Menace's levels were super fun. So that's my number 3. My number 2 is actually going to be Lego Star Wars 2 for 4, 5, and 6, because the bounty hunter challenges took up so much of my time. And I really, really enjoyed being able to create your own custom characters and have like the head of Yoda and the bikini of Princess Leia. Like, I had some really fucked up looking characters. And so getting to do that was also really, really fun.
You know, I remember when Lego Star Wars first came out, it was a really big deal. Again, came out around the time of Star Wars Episode 3. And that was the first of the Lego video, not Lego video games. There had been other Lego based video games, but the first of like that style of let's take movies and let's turn them into Lego form. And it was a really fun, unique experience. So that's actually why I have KOTOR as my number 3. And you'll see why, maybe where this is going. And my number 2 is actually Lego Star Wars: The Complete Story, which is no longer the complete story. But at the time, that was such a big undertaking to take the first 2 games, put it into one thing, and that was sort of. I think people don't really understand the importance that the Star Wars franchise has had on those Lego video games, because Lego Star Wars was the first one. Okay. Lego Star Wars: The Complete Story was the first just the first massive one that they had. And then fast forwarding, Lego Star Wars Episode 7 or whatever that was.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that one.
I remember the gold cover for that one.
Yeah.
Shit, you're right.
That one was cool because that was the one that really dove into this open world idea of a movie. And then they said, we're going to kick it up a notch and we're going to take the complete Skywalker saga and we're going to make it that. which now has started to spawn other games similar to that. But that's my point is I think people forget
That was the jumping off point.
that was the jumping off
Yeah.
point. And it always seems to be Star Wars that pushes that envelope for those franchise games. And I mean, off topic, but a Batman one was just announced that almost looks sort of like a Batman Arkham Asylum.
I was just thinking it's like a Lego Arkham.
Yeah.
I can't wait for that. And they're taking like all the different movies and stuff.
Every
and they're
movie
kind of
from Adam
compiling
West
it.
through Robert Pattinson.
Yeah, they're just compiling all the lore.
That doesn't happen without Lego Star Wars.
Right.
Fair.
Randy, give us your 3 and your 2.
So my number 3 is The Force Unleashed, and my number 2 is Knights of the Old Republic.
1 or 2.
The first one, obviously. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love
Obviously,
2,
Zach.
but
Obviously, I don't play any of that shit.
Zach, you idiot. No.
well, no. I mean, don't get me wrong. I enjoy 2, but the story for the first one, if we don't get that story, then what's the point of the sequel? And obviously, the birth of Revan as a fan favorite character in the first one is obviously pretty huge too. So,
Jake?
Yeah, my number 3 is Lego Star Wars 2, the complete saga. Just so fun. Yeah, that was the first like really big Lego game that I played where I just kind of couldn't believe that, wow, you can like play every single movie. This is insane. And so much fun, so many hours put into that. And yeah, just a lot of really good memories playing with my brother. And then my number 2 is actually Jedi Fallen Order. I think that's the best Star Wars game that's come out in the last, who knows how long. I thought it did a great job of expanding the lore. I love the characters. I love Cal Kestis. I love all the planets you go to, all the Jedi lore. Just a ton of fun. I love that game. And I actually haven't even played the sequel to it yet. I'm kind of waiting until I can sit down and do it all at once. But yeah, just a great game.
I own both of them, but I haven't played them yet. So.
Sorry, I just saw
Wait. What? I see it.
All right. That's it.
God damn.
I'm going to get Shawnee G canceled.
That is uncanny.
Wow.
Can I just say that I see Harry Potter. I'm just saying, Tommy, I'll
Harry Potter, George
Yeah,
Costanza, Larry David. I see it all. Tommy's got too much hair for George and Larry, though. We've seen Tommy when he lets it flow.
Run with the Harry Potter, Tommy. It's a much better analogy. You can be the boy who lives.
Tommy can play Harry Potter. He looks like Harry Potter half the time when he's on here with a blanket on. I can see it.
Yeah.
He's Harry Potter.
Harry Potter.
Please don't say it like that.
Turns his camera off and he's wearing the invisibility cloak.
Turns out Shawn is a horrible British person.
Shawn is a whore?
Yeah. Well, maybe. I don't know. I don't know his personal life.
Your audio cut out. You said he's a whore?
Yeah, I actually did say that.
Tommy, give us your 3 and your 2, please.
My next 3? It's funny because we're making fun of the bad audio. All right, fuck it. Battlefront 2, the original, because although I made fun of it earlier, it was a very, very good game, and I do miss it.
Now, I don't think you can say Battlefront 2 without also saying Battlefront 1. You have to say them both at the same time.
I mean, I think you can. Because I barely put any time in Battlefront 1 or the original one, honestly. It's half-baked compared to Battlefront 2. It's missing so much good stuff that they brought into Battlefront 2. There's
Shawn almost had a heart attack.
Again,
As someone who goes around looking half-baked all the time, you would know.
Yeah. So, and then my number 2, which I think I heard Shawn have it, but I'm the only one who's had it, maybe other than him, maybe, is Jedi Knight Academy. The story could have been better. It wasn't the best story in the world, but the multiplayer was good, and it's still going all these years later. I mean, geez, that game is how many years old? 20 years old? I don't know, man.
Mm-hmm.
They're still going. They're still modding it. I've got a copy downloaded on the machine somewhere. I see a cat. Yes.
They don't make it like that anymore.
Well, I was about to say that period of Star Wars gaming was so odd because you would have really good games come out like Star Wars Jedi Academy, like the Star Wars Episode 3 game, like Lego Star Wars that we've talked about. But then you'd have games like Bombad Racing and Star Wars Demolition, and, to some, Jedi Power Battles. So it was a really mixed bag at that time.
Yeah,
I will give an honorable mention to Johnny's mention earlier, though, of Empire at War. Very fun, especially Forces of Corruption. I still have a physical copy of that laying around.
I think I do too somewhere.
Empire at War comes up a little later on in the show. So my number 3, Star Wars Battlefront 2, you could do everything. It was like, Tommy, I don't like a lot of your opinions tonight, man.
I don't like your attitude.
It's Festivus. I got a problem with you, and I'm going to let you know.
The airing of grievances.
I'll see you December 23rd, okay?
Yeah, yes, sir.
I think you have a better
save it for the trivia
Shawn,
where you can screw each other over.
Battlefront 2 was awesome. I liked the first Battlefront. That's what made me so excited for Battlefront 2 is we were getting Force users in it on top of how good Battlefront 1 was. I don't know why Tommy thinks it was garbage. It was fucking amazing at that time. So Battlefront 2 was amazing.
Could you even fly vehicles?
Yes, you could.
Could you even
Look,
be a
I'm
vehicle?
just gonna say
Yes,
I don't
you
really
could.
trust a banana.
You could be
with
X-Wings and TIE fighters. And then with Battlefront 2, like I used to kick Johnny's ass every Wednesday or Thursday, whenever it was. I mean, I don't know if I ever lost a round to him. I'd have to go back in time. So.
Johnny, what's your response to that?
My recollection is different and correct.
Every time
Somehow
Shawn lays
my
down the
recollection-
challenge, Johnny runs and hides. That's all I'm seeing every time they brought it up.
Oh, say what?
Now, there's no chance any of these tournaments or whatever were recorded. Like, is there any proof of
They
this?
should have been. They should have been. Let me tell you that.
All
fucking
that would have
George
been
guy.
recorded was us trading victories and then your brother somehow beating the both of us every week.
Yeah, he's a cheat code in itself.
Agreed.
I just want to point something else out. I think Harry Potter and the Cursed Banana Peel down there. I don't think he fully understands the premise of Battlefront if he thinks the first one was half baked. Because the premise
Zach's been singing for the last several minutes.
the premise of Battlefront wasn't about Force users and Sith and Jedi. It was about the idea of being on the front lines of the wars that you see in Star Wars.
Hence the name.
Yes.
In Tommy's defense, I will go on record as saying, guys, his number 5 was Republic Commando. That's exactly what that game was, only better. So,
being on the battlefront.
He does kind of get that.
Republic Commando was great.
You can't have Battlefront 2 without the original Battlefront. But Battlefront 2 did it a hell of a lot better.
Well, of course, it's the second one.
Now, my number 2.
We just got done talking earlier about sequels that were not better.
Okay, well, my number 2, another game Tommy trashed on this episode, and one of Zach's personal favorites, I know, is Star Wars. I'm joking.
Yeah, that was me.
Star Wars, what?
Star Wars.
Star Wars, I don't know how to swallow.
I don't know why we're bringing
Come again.
Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2.
Johnny!
The Sith Lords. Despite it only being like 3/4 finished and missing content and being a massive rush job, which a lot of people blame Obsidian for, that's a LucasArts thing that rushed that job. The fact they had less than a calendar year to work on that game, and that game is as good as it is remarkable. And dare I say, in terms of like just original story, it might tell a more compelling story than the first game, and then it gets all choppy at the end and rushed. Like, I can't think of another Star Wars game that feels like something out of a horror movie than Knights of the Old Republic 2. The whole Paragus mining facility, you're basically in this abandoned space station in an asteroid field, but everybody on it's dead, and you're having to go through hollow recordings of all these dead people to figure out the mystery, and you're trying to get off the ship. You got to go outside into space. It's an incredible game that could have been way better had it not been rushed, and fell victim to the same thing most LucasArts games did, a rush job, and it ultimately killed the company in the end. I want to say the last game, Mondo might have had it. I know I never played it. I think the last LucasArts game was the thing for the Kinect. Was the Star Wars Kinect game? Did you have that, Mondo? Did you play that?
I did. And I still have it. I had the R2D2 Xbox 360 that went along with it.
Which it looked awesome with the C-3PO controller.
Item now. I think I saw that in an antique store when I went out with my wife for our anniversary.
Yeah,
I need to step away for a moment. Mondo, carry on. When he's done, Johnny, take it away with your one and go around the table.
The Star Wars Kinect game was kind of cool. It had a lot of decent ideas to it. Unfortunately, the Kinect just wasn't as user-friendly as I think Microsoft had wanted it to be. Mainly in part of because of all the space you needed to utilize it. It was honestly their attempt to outdo the Wii, which they did from a technical standpoint. But what they didn't, I don't think, really realized was what made the Wii entertaining was you didn't have to have an 8x8 space or a 12 by whatever space to enjoy it without, knocking the TV off the thing. But yeah, no, it was
my brother to this day can still bowl a strike on Wii bowling sitting down.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm like, he just
is that something he brags about?
The thing that
up in casual conversation.
I
can bowl a strike while sitting there Wii bowling.
Okay, you want to know what's more impressive? He can do it while walking away. So his hallway to the bedroom is opposite of the living room, and opposite of where the TV is. But we've got enough like pictures and stuff on the walls that the RFID can reflect off of the glass that's on the walls in the room, and he can just be like casually strolling to the hallway, down the hallway, and flick his wrist, and he'll be looking the other direction and be able to bowl a strike. It's uncanny.
I can't even.
Well, not that it's a competition or anything, but I don't even need a Wii remote to bowl a strike. I just use my mind. I just concentrate, and then. So I think that's better.
I don't even need a Wii to strike out.
I just need a bunch of girls at a bar.
Mm-hmm. I just need to roll over and she rolls the other way, and that's how I know I got a strike.
Since it was discussed in there, the last game released as a subsidiary of LucasArts was actually Angry Birds Star Wars.
What? Can you speak up?
Oh, that's a throwback.
Which is actually pretty good.
I enjoyed them.
Yeah.
That was technically the last game released under the LucasArts subsidiary.
I thought you were about to say that was your.
No, God,
game.
no.
And my number one.
I had that
And I
game.
know this because
I think I still have an Angry Bird Star Wars shirt because I was a fucking goober.
I think I might actually still have it installed on my phone, but I might not. Either way, my number one for realsies, it's Knights of the Old Republic. I mean, I don't think I really need to go into too much detail into the whys. I think it is all around a much better game than 2 in every way. And I just, I'm a fan of rush jobs, Shawn, but not in video games. It just,
just in Burger King parking lots.
Well, not quite that public, but
if Johnny's
I
there,
suppose
Bert
under the circumstances. No, seriously, Knights of the Old Republic is my number one. The replayability, and let's be honest, that curveball not knowing it is on the level if you didn't know Vader was Luke's father, as far as games went. So, yeah, it's everything about it. KOTOR is my number one.
Okay. My number one is the 2005 Battlefront 2. I got really, really excited when I saw it on the shelves at Target and saved up my allowance for it so that was like one of 3 games that I owned for a long time. It was college football, college baseball, and Battlefront 2. And so when I got tired of sports games, it was Battlefront that I was playing, and I played it a lot. And then when I saw it had been made available for the Switch, I got really, really excited, probably more excited for a release than I have been in years. And granted, I don't keep up with the gaming community as well as I could, but games get announced and games come and go, but there's something special about nostalgia. And to be able to carry that nostalgia with you wherever you go, on flights to hotels, whatever, that was something pretty special for me. So there's a nostalgia piece attached to it, and now there's like the portability attached to it, having it on the Switch.
Did you like it?
Say what?
Did you like it on the Switch?
Yeah, it's fine.
I've heard very bad things about it. I've never actually bought it and played it though, so
it's fine.
Okay.
I have no complaints. The gameplay is almost exactly the way it was on my PlayStation 2. The graphics are pretty much exactly the same. I usually put it in first-person mode, and I have no troubles with the sniper functions or anything like that with it. So, no, I think it's fine.
Okay. Good to hear.
My number one,
something over there, Shawn? Yeah.
My number one is also the 2005 Battlefront 2.
Yeah.
And I said I would explain. So the reason I have KOTOR at number one is it is a masterpiece or at 3. A lot of numbers. I'm undiagnosed dyslexic. Okay. I'm also undiagnosed fat. I haven't actually seen a doctor to tell me, but I have a feeling.
Look, I'm no doctor, but if you need a second opinion, I'll give it to you.
Thank you.
I'll give you a second opinion. You're ugly too.
Oh, damn. Damn. Brooke, no, you. So, with KOTOR, yes, it's a masterpiece of a game, but it was for a very particular fan. It was for the RPG diehard Star Wars fan. Lego Star Wars was for everybody, and that was a game. So my number 2, Lego Star Wars was a game that was playable by everybody, parents, children, and it brought in an experience of Star Wars to individuals and people in a fun way that may not have had it. Star Wars Battlefront 2, in this weird way, combined both of those things. It was a very fun thing to sit on the couch and play with your friends. Like Johnny and Shawn have mentioned that they, pretended to beat each other all the time.
They beat each other off?
They did. They did. And
Is there video evidence of that? No, I'm just kidding.
They call it the poutine special. With some white gravy instead of the normal. So anyway,
wait, y'all use
We're gonna
brown?
bow out here soon.
This is actually okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay,
yeah, they use brown gravy, but this was white gravy. Anyway,
so much better, anyways.
well, not that salty, but with Battlefront 2, it brought all those things together. It was a fun couch and somebody kick your ass kind of game. It brought the fun parts of the movies, the maps, the scenery. It incorporated, star fighting, which we had seen in certain games past. I know some of those have come up, but the idea that you could, land in an enemy ship and just wreak havoc was fun. And I mean, it was just, somebody talked about all the hours that they put in that game. I think that alone puts it at number one.
Mm-hmm.
Aside from all the other things that I mentioned, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Randy, what do you got on one, man?
Well, I am going to be showing my age here.
Oh no, it's Star Wars 32X.
I'm older than that.
Oh no.
For me, this is me. This is not my all-time favorite top Star Wars game is the 1983 Star Wars arcade game that had the vector graphics. Because why? Because I'm almost 50. That's why. I would actually...
With the seat that you sat in, with the joystick?
Oh, no.
And all that?
There was no seat. You stood
There's
there and you had the control in your hand. And
Back in my day, we stood up.
Wait, did you say 50?
I'm close.
You don't look a day over 54.
I appreciate it.
You do look good for almost 50.
Yeah, no, you really do. I thought you were closer to our age, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Whether it be my dad going to the bar or me hanging out with my uncle or whatever, at the bowling alley, they had the Star Wars arcade cabinet there. And I would just sit there and that thing would suck up quarters left and right, doing the trench run over and over again. It was simple, but it had the music. It had Obi-Wan voiceover in there and everything. It was phenomenal. It was great.
Which Obi-Wan was it? Was it Alec Guinness?
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And when Vader was hunting you down, you could hear Vader's breathing through the machine.
That's pretty cool.
So you were not talking
it's like Mondo,
about
simple but phenomenal.
You were not talking about the Star Wars trilogy arcade that you would.
That was a 90s thing.
Yeah,
but
I did enjoy that a lot. I saw that David Buster's and things like that, but I did play that.
Okay, so different
I'm talking about 1983, my friend, when they finally released an actual Star Wars game in arcades.
Wow,
this would have been. Was that the year?
That was 11 years before I was born.
That's why I said I'm showing my age right now.
Jake, what's your one? We'll go Jake, Tommy, me quick, and we'll move on to trivia.
Yeah, you don't have as much time as us.
For me, no Star Wars game holds a higher place nostalgia-wise than the first Star Wars Lego game. Like, it didn't have nearly as much as following Lego Star Wars games, but when I say that it was like kind of revolutionary for accessible gaming, like,
you don't have to wait for me.
I
know this is gonna happen right now. We're already 15 minutes behind.
Hey, Shawn, you're not muted.
Alrighty, my bad. Telling the wife to go to bed. She's trying to stay up for the end of the show. She worked all day and she's passed out. My bad, Jake.
Nope, you're good. Yeah, I think it got a lot of people into playing video games. It got, like, I had played video games before that. Like, I had kind of dabbled with whatever I had on the PS1. Like, I played Crash Bandicoot and Spyro. Like, I love those games so much. But what really kind of made me love video games is Star Wars Lego. And I have really good memories playing that game. I remember every little cutscene and noise, and yeah, I just love it so much. I think the Skywalker saga that just came out was really good, but Star Wars Lego one just kind of started the whole thing. So.
Tommy, what's your one? What's your pinnacle? What's your Star Wars game?
Which one do you think it is?
Who knows with you?
Bombad Racing.
The Minions.
I don't know that I've ever played Bombad Racing. You know that?
Racer Revenge on the N64.
That was a pretty fun game, and I do have that on the Switch, but no.
Wait, what's an N64? No, I'm just kidding. I'm not that young.
Oh. Oh. It's Knights of the Old Republic.
Me too.
Yeah,
we'll kill two.
I was
birds,
late.
one
I was
stone.
late to the party. I got a hold of that game well after Knights of the Old Republic 2 was out. Renting it from what we used to call down here a Game Crazy. We had a company called a Hollywood Video.
I remember Hollywood.
Yeah, I had one near me. So yeah, I know.
We had one in my city. Yep.
It was a blessed place.
It's
It
not
was
that
a land
unique,
blessed.
Thomas.
They had a great porn room.
I was
would
too
know
young
that.
to frequent that at that time, I'm afraid. Before
All
they
it
went
was is a room that was separated with beads.
Oh yeah. I would
The
find
old time
myself
video
in there
store
many
back in the
times
day.
as a lad.
And like we said earlier in this episode, stay tuned for later. Anyways,
Peek behind the bead curtain.
yeah,
Wastelands After Dark.
Shit, it's already after dark.
Yeah.
Fucking
this
daylight
is-
savings.
Knights of the Old Republic. Hot take. I think it's the best Star Wars story ever told. Out of anything. Yeah, I knew that was coming. Yeah, Knights of the Old Republic. Anyways, we are running behind time. We got
I'm surprised I got through mine without Zach going off.
We got a bid au revoir to our old friend, Mr. Jake Damon. Thanks for coming out tonight, man.
Peace.
And hanging out with us is a lot of fun, man. And we'll see what the future holds.
Sounds good. Good to see you guys. Have a
Where
good
can everybody
night.
find you at, man?
Hi, Jakey.
Oh, you could. Yeah, where can you find me at? You can find me at Jake W. Damon on Instagram. And yeah, that's
And
it.
you can find his hands right here.
My titties miss
Absolutely. And
Oh, my bad. My bad.
I was
Finger
just going to say, anytime I was near Mondo, I was going to touch his titties. That's all I was going to say. All right, bye.
Thanks, buddy. Take
While
it easy.
we swap out guests, I can tell you this. When I took that little pee break there after the start, I went and I found a little something I mentioned earlier in the show. That's right.
Oh.
Episode 1 Wastelands notes. And
what
I
he
was
doesn't
not
tell
kidding.
you is he sleeps with those.
I do not. I was not kidding when I said there's 9 pages of script here, and I think at least
Zach's
3
disappointed.
one,
I don't even do 9 pages of scripts for my football game.
3, 4.
And why he's counting?
The Old Republic is on 5 of the 9 pages.
Oh, you could sell that thing. Sell it to Zach. He's dying for it. Old Republic shit.
But it really was. You used the right term. They weren't show notes. It was a script. And I remember either the night before or 2 nights before, whatever. Like we got together and we did a run through.
Yep.
And even Shawn was like producing, like sort of like directing. Like at this point, you say this, and if you want to, add a little bit of flair in your voice. And that's really like how it was. Like it was, and I'll admit, it was way too scripted. And we learned that really, really quick on. And I think
the only thing that kind of stayed scripted throughout the first little bit was the Shawn and I were Canadian boys, so we have different radio. One of the big ones up here was Tim and Sid, for us anyway, in sports. We tried to do the Tim and Sid intro, which if you've never watched their show or seen it, they'll just rapid fire all of the topics they're going to cover in the course of the show, so you know what they're talking about. We did that. That was the only thing that kind of stayed scripted until we took that out once we got closer to the films, where the topics became, where the episodes became more one topic, two topic type shows where there wasn't as many rapid fire topics.
Not that we have time to burn, but you have the script right in front of you.
I do.
Did Christopher Lee die right before our first episode?
Hold on, let me scroll here to the top of page 2. Christopher Lee. Johnny introduces. We each give our thoughts on Christopher Lee and our favorite movie and our favorite Christopher Lee movies, and we play a short clip.
So I'm guessing that's a yes, dude. He passed away right before the first episode.
That is a yes.
That means he's been gone for over 10 years now. That's sad. He's made such an impression on all of the movie industry.
Wednesday, June 17th, 2015, 2014?
Yeah. 2015. 2015 is right.
Yeah. We had everything but the year in the notes.
That being said, it's time for Johnny's favorite piece of music that we've ever done in Star Wars Wastelands. It's trivia time. So ready your whiteboards, black markers, and or pen and paper. Our guest is joining us on the other side. The return of trivia. And joining us for the first time in a while, he is the founder of the Star Wars Underworld, the co-host of the Intergalactic Peace Coalition, the guy from the cave, Mr. Ben Hart. What's going on, buddy?
How's it going? Look, okay, first of all, I got some bones to pick with you guys, okay? All right.
Damn!
I am shocked. I am shocked and appalled and quite frankly personally offended by the fact that none of you cowards dared to mention Super Bombad Racing, okay? The greatest Star Wars game. No, and you just gloss over it like it's nothing. I don't get it. Ben, you look like Stephen Colbert's illiterate child.
I'll take that as a
compliment.
Illegitimate. There we go. That's the word.
The hair gives me Conan vibes.
Mondo's on fire tonight. I don't know if Ben caught this one earlier, but this came to life.
Believe me, I've noticed. Oh, God.
Poor Tommy B.
Oh, Lord.
I'll log off.
Tommy, I wore round glasses for first probably 10 years of my life. So I got a lot of Harry Potter and other compliments in that.
They're not even brown. They're fucking black.
You know what? My favorite TV show character of all time wears round glasses, so bring on the round glasses. AKA George Costanza, AKA Mr. Art Vandelay. It's not a lie, if you believe it.
Right.
Johnny, you're kind of in charge of this shindig, man. I got a trivia wheel we'll turn to in one round, but you got all the rules. You have it all laid out before us. And this is, I can announce that this is one part of Star Wars Wastelands that is going to stick around. We are hoping to do a trivia match at least once or twice monthly between different people. And the winner of this match tonight will be the Star Wars Wastelands Trivia Champion and will defend their title in the next month or so. Maybe a little more because it's Christmas season. But Johnny, take it away, man. It's your show to host.
All right, so it is time for the first round of this. There will be several rounds. We're not going to go through all of them until we get to said rounds, because otherwise you'll get confused and lose track of things, and things will get confusing. But the first round is simple. In the first round, there are 11 questions. Each question is worth 1 point. Each question relates to one of the cinematic films in Star Wars, okay? Miss this no behind the scenes part, so there are going to be some behind the scenes questions in this. But I will say this, I will preface this. Every question in this, we like to make jokes, and sometimes I'll make questions that are excessively difficult because I hate trivia. I didn't do that. Every one of these questions comes from somewhere within the IMDb page for the film in question. Okay, so it's not super difficult. They're all easily available trivia factoids that you either know from watching the film directly or they come from somewhere within that IMDb page.
I hope one of the questions is, what is the exact URL for the IMDb page?
Yes, what is the Empire Strikes Back direct IRL code in the IMDb database? No, nothing that difficult.
And just for shits and giggles, just to go over some stats here, Zach, Mondo, myself, Ben, Tommy B, and Johnny have all been Star Wars Wastelands trivia champions in the past. Randy,
when was that?
At one point in time, yeah. Dominic then cleaned your clock at one point.
When the fuck was this?
Also, by the way, I changed my favorite Wastelands moment to the first time Tommy and Mondo teamed up. That was comedy gold.
This guy's usually traumatized me. I don't remember him teaming up and having my back.
Oh, you guys teamed up all right, but the traumatization was definitely still there.
The feud I had with Tommy there for a while in trivia was pretty epic.
I'm still feeling it with trivia.
Johnny and Mondo, for shits and giggles, since you guys are just totally impartial, give your predictions on who you think is going to win.
Well, I firmly believe that at the end of this, Ben Hart will be one of the last two standing. I'm sorry, but I got to go with Ben. I've seen him in trivia enough to know that he's very good at this. And I think the other again, Randy, I don't know so much in the trivia world because we've only done trivia, I think, twice since Randy's joined the fold as far as Star Wars goes. So I don't know quite how deep that well goes. So Randy, I'll apologize because I'm not picking you. I don't know how deep your well of knowledge is. Okay. But it's more because I know the other competitors better. I've got to say in the last round, it is either going to be Zach or it is going to be Shawn going up against Ben. That is my guess. It's going to be one of those two. It will just depend on, I guess it's really going to come down to what happens in the wheel round. That's going to be the deciding factor because you all have areas of expertise and some of these may trip you up.
If there's a pin on the wheel that's just KOTOR, I am royally fucked.
There is not, but there is a games category. So maybe there's KOTOR questions, maybe there's not. These are the questions. The categories in
good with animated series
question. You're missing a category, by the way.
Spin it quicker.
You're missing a category.
We're waiting.
You're missing box office.
Continue.
Okay.
Yeah, Mondo, you go right ahead. Who do you got?
My prediction is that it's going to come down to Randy and Ben. And my explanation for this is Ben, he's like a walking Star Wars encyclopedia. Okay. Randy, he mentioned how experienced he is with Star Wars a little while ago. And I feel like that's going to account for a lot. I think experience really does give you a slight advantage. So I'm interested to see how both of them do. I think Tommy is going to slip on a banana peel. He's going to slip on his own banana peel. I think Shawn's going to do relatively well. And I think Zach is going to be here.
And if you get eliminated, you will be moved to the green room. There's eliminations throughout this too.
So I forgot, what is my role in all this?
Color
commentating along.
Your role is Mondo.
Okay, gotcha. 10-4. Gotcha. I can do that. Yeah.
The way his eyes lit up when you said the role is Mondo. He's like, I know how to do that.
I'm in the Zach Arnold role of Zach the voice trying to update graphics as the score goes. And let me tell you, Zach, I don't know how you do your job weekly because I'm already stressed as hell having to update the scores to the graphics while keeping up with everything.
Just take a piece of paper and every time someone gets a new score, scratch out the number and handwrite it.
All right, so it is that simple. The first round, obviously, there's no multiple choice. Each question is worth 1 point. Each question directly relates to one of the cinematic films. The first 9 films will be in episodic order, so episode 1 through episode 9, and then we'll finish off the round with the 2 anthology films. Simple enough, easy peasy. All right. You will have 5 seconds to write down your answer. Okay?
15.
Can we do the 5?
We can try for 5. I don't even know if I can write on.
I mean, I will go with how long the answer is. I guess I'll give you sort of an appropriate length of time to write it down. So if it's a longer answer to write down, then I'll
maybe give a
bit of
5-second warning, like we used to. 5, 4.
Yeah. All right. I'll also try and give you like a time frame for when we start the questions. So like your first question, you will have the full 15. This is a, depending on how you write it, a lengthy answer. Based on how I wrote it, it was a lengthy answer. All right. The first question relating to episode 1, The Phantom Menace. Natalie Portman missed the New York City premiere. Why?
Oh. Well, I don't think it's because it was her time of the month. This was pre-COVID.
5 seconds.
She could have had a date with somebody, which is the opposite of her time of the month.
This was pre-COVID.
4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up. Answers up. We will start. Okay, if you are showing up backwards, I will tell you you're all showing up backwards. So I'm going to need some. I'm going to need you guys to read these out because they're all backwards. We'll start in the top left for me, Shawn. What do you got?
She was at her graduation.
That is incorrect. Zach.
She had mono.
That is also incorrect.
No, she had heart.
I also said graduation.
That is also incorrect. Randy.
I had no clue, so I just said Mr. Flight.
And Tommy? Tommy, you wrote down pooping. She was pooping. She was not pooping.
Good guess, though.
The correct answer, she was studying for finals. She was studying for finals. I mean, you were on the right track with prom, but she was studying for finals.
Pooping.
Was she studying for finals while she
everybody
had
moves.
mono?
I mean, I guess she could have been pooping. So Tommy, I mean, I wouldn't fight you for trying
No. It's not come out of Natalie Portman.
All right, second question relating to Attack of the Clones. Django.
Well, do we want us all to change the way our cameras are displayed? Because I obviously figured out just how to do it.
If you can,
mine's not working.
Walk them through it really quick, that'd be great, Tommy.
Yeah. So what we do is we look at the little drop-down arrow. No, actually, I'm lying. It's the settings tab, and then mirror camera is an option. If you have it enabled, disable it.
Okay, so it looks like okay, we can read the answers now. Go to hell. That's not very nice. That's a negative point for Shawn. All right, question number 2 relating to Attack of the Clones. Now that we can read them. All right, Django and Obi-Wan's dogfight above Geonosis was fought in what astronomical feature? Django and
repeat the question?
Django and Obi-Wan's dogfight above Geonosis was fought in what astronomical feature?
What the fuck is an astronomical feature?
It's a thing in space.
Thank you, Ben. It was over the moon.
All
Made
right,
of cheese.
and 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up. Answers up. This question sucks. Do better. I see asteroid field from Ben and Randy. Tommy, yours is very light. I can't read it in the light.
A Blu-ray.
Blu-ray. And Zach, yours is planetary ring. All right. Well, that is point for Randy, point for Ben. It was an asteroid ring around the planet Geonosis.
Oh, man.
Oh, your question was asked very poorly.
It's an astronomical feature surrounding the planet.
I've never heard of that.
I don't know what that means.
Ben actually defined it for you. It's a thing in space.
Yeah.
Man.
What you should just ask the question, what's that thing in space they were in?
I studied the social sciences.
I did. I just asked it more
the
smartly.
sciencey sciences.
All right. Question number 3 pertaining to Revenge of the Sith. This one you will 10 seconds. When Anakin enters Palpatine's office to inform him Obi-Wan found Grievous, what is Palpatine reading?
Monica Lewinsky's diary.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Okay, I will also phrase it a little differently. When Anakin enters Palpatine's office to inform him Obi-Wan found Grievous, Palpatine is reading plans of a project. What project? And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up. Answers up. And I see Death Star from Shawn. Project Stardust from Zach. Oh, you're getting technical. Death Star from Randy. Tommy, your pen is awful. I can't read it. And Ben says holograms. I can't.
It says Death Star.
Death Star. Okay, so that's point for everyone but Ben. It was the Death Star plans.
Whoa, really?
He was reading the Death Star plans. Yep.
Gotta watch that movie again.
So now, easy score update. Randy has 2. Everybody else has 1. All right. Episode 4. We're going behind the scenes on this one. George Lucas traded 2.5% of his profits to which major director? George Lucas traded 2.5% of his profits to which major director?
See, you could have been really clever and said, where did he direct his projects to? Okay. But I realized you said profits and not privates. So I just would have made him sound like a pervert. But, we're talking about George Lucas, not, not some other actors.
All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up. Answer's up. Okay, I see Coppola. Tommy, is that what yours is?
Oh, fuck. I meant to put Steven Spielberg. I put Stephen King on.
All right, Ben Hart. Steven Spielberg. That is correct. He traded 2.5% of A New Hope for 2.5% of Close Encounters of the Third Kind. I think Spielberg got the much better end of that deal.
Yeah. George was being pessimistic.
That's for sure.
He's like, my movie's never going to make more than that.
That is actually the story. George thought the movie was not going to do well. Steven said, it's going to be great. What are you talking about? So they traded 2.5% of their profits from their respective space films. All right.
Steven swindled them.
Yeah, he did. All right, we're now into episode 5, Empire Strikes Back.
I think Mondo would have got that one, just for the record.
I mean, major directors in the 80s, I think he would have had a good chance. I think you all had a good chance. There's not that many that would be in Spielberg or that would be in George's orbit. So
I see what you did there in George's orbit. I see what you did there.
I wasn't going for it, but I got there. All right.
That's always good when you get there and you're not even going for it.
All right. Question relating to episode 5. Who wrote the first draft of Empire Strikes Back? Who wrote the first draft of Empire Strikes Back?
Oh, this is a tough one, guys. I'm excited to see the answers. Looks like Tommy's about to blow a head gasket down there. He has no clue at all. Ben's hyper focused. He's writing he's writing. Oh yeah, look at that.
Hell yeah.
And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up. Answers up.
I think I spelled it wrong.
Brackets. You're good. I can read it. That's the important thing. We got. What is that? Also Lee Brackett?
Yeah, and I'll give you the story from it. It's literally named after the character from Halloween, believe it or
not. Did anybody else have that? I know Shawn had it. Ben had it.
Nope.
I put you.
Sorry, vice versa. The character from Halloween
is named after her.
Yes. Sheriff Brackett is named after the writer of Empire.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
So other way around. Other way around, I believe.
She is considered the queen of the space opera. All right, next question.
Wait, who got that one?
You and Ben. So it is 2 points for Shawn, 3 points for Ben, 2 points for Randy, and 1 point for Zach and Tommy. All right, I think you guys will do better in the well, not this one necessarily, but okay.
We can only hope so. This is now a new hope that they do
All
better.
right. Relating to Return of the Jedi. Endor scenes were filmed in 2 locations. Name one of them. Endor scenes were filmed in 2 locations. Name one of them.
Does a movie studio count?
You have to be more specific. But
okay.
I hope mine's specific enough.
Okay.
I'm going to challenge if it's not.
A big movie studio. Is that specific enough?
And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up. Answers up. What do we got? A park in California, Muir Woods, Redwoods, California, Redwood City, California. Tommy, you got nothing? Okay, then answers for everyone because the Redwood Forest of California was the answer. A London soundstage was the other one.
Wait, so points for everyone but Tommy?
Points for everyone but Tommy.
He's used to that.
I overthought that one.
Tommy, why do you look like you're disappointed in yourself?
So that's 1 for Tommy, 2 for Zach, 3 for Shawn and Randy, and 4 for Ben.
I know that look all too well.
All right, now we are heading into the sequel trilogy. Guys, I really hope every single one of you gets this point. Otherwise, I'm going to be sad. I think even Mondo could get this point.
You never know.
What is Finn's trooper number? What is Finn's trooper number?
I got nothing on this one.
No, I don't remember.
5, 4.
My favorite number is 69.
3, 2.
We know.
1. Time's up. Answers up. We got. I'm seeing.
Was it 227?
FN 2187. FN 2187.
Damn.
FN 2187. You missed one and F1.
Wait. No. Wait.
No,
Hey,
Ben, you are correct. Zach, you are correct.
I was
Shawn,
not.
You're not. And Tommy, you're also not.
I wasn't. So, yep.
So just me.
Wrong.
So just me and Ben that round?
Just you and Ben.
Whoa.
all right.
So that is Ben at 5.
Don't call it a comeback.
Ben 5, Shawn, Zach, Randy 3, and Tommy 1.
Tommy's in trouble.
Yeah, we don't call it a comeback. We call it a back shot.
It ain't over till the fat lady
We
sings.
call it a Kim Kardashian video.
We do.
All right, we are now
I
on.
don't know why I put 1.
I don't either. I really figured. I think you just swapped it, right? Instead of pputting it in the 2187, you switched it. I forgot the N.
F1. He's got racing on the mind.
That is usually how it goes with Shawn's brain. All right. Question now of pertaining to episode 8. The Holdo maneuver was used to destroy what ship? The Holdo maneuver was used to destroy what ship?
You know, that's
Are you looking for like the ship's name?
Yeah. It was a named ship in the fleet, so that's why its name was spoken and known.
That question makes me miss the commercials for Chips Ahoy.
What? Okay.
I can't believe I stayed up this long to get my ass kicked this
5,
hard in this fucking
4,
trivia.
3, 2,
I'm getting my ass kicked too.
1. Time's up. Answers up. What is it? We got the interdictor. I see the supremacy from
Supreme leaders.
I just had the Devastator class because I didn't remember the name.
Well, as it is happening frequently tonight, Ben, you are correct. It was the supremacy.
Wasn't that the ship that looked like a giant slice of pizza?
Yes.
Basically, yes.
Yes. So the supremacy makes sense.
That was the clip that somehow required us all to have a warning before we went in to see the movie.
Yeah, I got nothing for that one. All right, next question pertaining to episode 9.
Everybody's favorite.
Mondo's favorite.
Okay. This character is the only known person to serve the Empire, the First Order, and the Final Order.
Oh, I know this. Cinnamon
Wait,
from
repeat that,
Leatherface.
Johnny. The Empire, the First Order, and what?
And the Final Order.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
I can see his face. I know the actor, and I can't think of the name. Son of a bitch.
Maybe he is a son of a bitch. You don't know.
He obviously is.
You don't know his mom.
I mean, he served
Fair
all
point.
3 of the bad guys. I think it's safe to say he's a son of a bitch. All right. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up. Answers up. I see General Pride.
I put
On the
Sheev
I see
Palpatine.
Life from me. Think of the
Thomas
character's
isn't
name.
Richard E. Grant and Shawn.
Technically correct. Technically correct.
Yeah, Ben, you are technically correct. It was Richard E. Grant who played the character of Allegiant General Enric Pride. Point for Zach.
Hell yeah.
The minute you said Pride, I'm like, yep, that's the answer.
Fuck yeah, that was a shot in the dark.
Who got that?
It was Zach. So 6 points for Ben, 4 points for
I
Zach.
think
3 for
Palpatine
Randy,
could be argued
3
for
for Shawn,
that.
and 1 for Tom. I'd argue
I
he
don't
never
know.
served the First Order.
He's doing every
They-
fucking thing.
They
He's
served
always
him.
there.
It's different
He-
when you're the boss.
He was he may have been the puppeteer, but
He's
you know,
like that one
was never
family
there.
member. He's always there. Even
All
after
right,
the story
we are
ends.
now on to the final 2. These are questions
I guess I'll
pertaining
just
to
go
the
fuck myself.
anthology
Okay.
films. The first anthology film will be Solo. This question is pertaining to Solo. Okay. Kira stole this artifact from Dryden Voss's collection after killing him.
Oh.
Kira stole this artifact from Dryden Voss's collection after killing him. And
Sorry, can you
5,
repeat the question? I was sending a message in the private chat to everybody.
Kira stole this artifact from Dryden Voss's collection after killing him. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Answers up. We've got the ship, his midichlorians, Boss
This is a
Nash's next.
She stole it all.
The
She stole the whole
vibroblade
ship.
and what's that? Gold? Sith holocron. She took the Sith holocron.
I should have trusted my gut.
Did anyone get that?
Nope.
I think that just goes to show how memorable of a movie Solo was.
Well, that didn't actually happen on the screen, but whatever.
All right, your final question pertaining to Rogue One. I hope you were paying attention. Excluding Stardust, name any other project mentioned in the Data Vault. Excluding Stardust, name any other project mentioned in the Data Vault. There are 6 other projects named in the Data Vault. You can pick any of the 6. I have all 6 written down. Any one of them will get you a point.
All the projects I know are off of like Martin Luther King Boulevard.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up. Nope, definitely not that one. Aximora, no. Pax Aurora, and Tommy, what's that one? That's a big word.
Pax Aurora.
Tommy, what's yours say?
Star Killer? I don't fucking know.
That's what I was.
Well, Ben Hart gets another point for Pax Aurora.
Pax Aurora. See, I had the right phonetics. I didn't have the right spelling.
Yeah.
I'm not going to name the other 5 because, well, depending on how the rest of the game goes, I'm going to need some extra answers. And It's good to have answers. That concludes the first round. The first round is concluded. Heading out of the first round, Ben Hart, not quite as commanding as it looked at one point, is in the lead with 6 points. Followed behind by Zach with 4 points. Randy and Shawn tied with 3 points. And Tommy bringing up the rear with 1 point.
I'm surprised he's got 1. I'll be honest with you. That honestly, I think we need to give him a little trophy. May not like the full title belt, but like a little plastic trophy that you give children after a T-ball tournament. Maybe that's what we give Tommy.
Participation.
All right. Okay. That will bring us to the second round, which is the true or false round. Each question is worth 1 point. It's very simple. True or false. T or F. It's that simple. Okay. You will have 5 seconds because, again, T or F. That simple.
Yeah.
All right. These are of and pertaining to anything and everything relating to Star Wars. No specific categories, just true or false. Okay? After this round, the person with the lowest score will be eliminated. Okay? So, Tommy, you do still have a chance. A very good one, in fact. You're only 2 points behind Randy and Shawn. So if you can close that gap and, get 3
They're out of order. Why are they out of order?
Because I'm assuming that's the order he wrote them down and didn't have time to reshuffle them within the graphic.
Well, that's an OCD person's nightmare.
I don't.
Well, I know one way to piss Tommy off.
It looks like somebody's postal code.
41633. In the 41633 is how we do it.
Represent.
All right. So it is now time for the true or false round. If you get it correctly, you're good. We do have, I have a total of 10 true or false questions. So if we need bonus questions, we can do that if there should be a tie at the end of the 7 questions. All right. Question number 1. Alan Rickman auditioned for the role of Moff Jerjerrod. 5, 4,
KFC.
3, 2, 1. Answers up. I'm seeing falses from every. Tommy, is that an F? I don't know what pen you're using. It does not show up on the camera. Your falses? I'm sorry. Nobody gets a point. It's true. Alan Rickman.
I have a true. I have T up there.
You do. You do have a T. Yes,
Asshole.
Alan Rickman. I apologize, Randy. I apologize.
Yeah,
Yes, Alan Rickman
Randy
auditioned
like that.
for the role of Moff Jerjerrod.
That's who I picked with this whole damn thing. Don't be
I
cheating
think
out,
it's,
Randy.
I think it's the first thing in the trivia for that particular film in its IMDb page. That's where I saw it, and I was like, "Really?"
I'm going to
Googled
Vegas
it
with this
and
shit. Hell yeah!
Found it, and found it to be true.
Can't
All
buy
right.
a fucking point.
Next question: true or false? Yoda has trained Jedi for 1,000 years. True or false? Not even waiting, just throwing up the answers, Shawn. Everyone seeing F's across the board. That is correct. He did not train them for 1,000 years. He wasn't even 1,000 years old. So points for all.
I wish this was double-sided. We should just put a T on one side and an F on the other.
I mean, you could go
That's
with
a
the
very
old,
good idea. That's what I'm going to do.
You could go with the old write the T, write the F, and then
Color it
point
in.
at the
Or
correct.
I do what I'm doing. I just write a line. I'm just scribbling out.
Oh,
individual
shit.
line
That's a good
adding
idea.
across, or that now that Ben's got the idea.
I'm economical like that.
T. F.
All right.
T.
Question
Ben's the Kramer of the
number-
show.
Question number 3. Bosk's costume was a reused BBC costume from Doctor Who. True or false? Bosk's costume was a reused BBC costume from Doctor Who.
I think we watched a different version of Star Wars.
3, 2, 1. Answers up.
That thing had to smell bad.
I'm seeing trues across the board.
I think that's an F from Tommy.
Is that an F from
Tommy's
Tommy?
an F.
F's look like T's sometimes. All right, that is points for everyone but Tommy. That is correct. It was true.
Tommy just took a big old BBC to the
Bosk
face.
was wearing a costume from Doctor Who.
From what?
From Doctor Who.
Oh, he must have been very sick.
All right, next question. Question number 4. Iden Versio fought at the Battle of Yavin. True or false? Iden Versio fought at the Battle of Yavin. True or false? 3, 2, 1. Answers up. I'm seeing F's. Tommy? Is that an F?
Come on, we just went over this. This is the F.
Okay. Well, you know what? Like I said, all I see is a whiteboard, Tommy. It's true, actually. She was in the she was fighting in the forces for the Empire above Yavin.
Tommy, you should have just said it was true. We couldn't have.
Hold on.
Did you mean above Endor?
I did mean above Endor.
You fucked up.
I did fuck up. So that is
the integrity
opposite
of
what I
contest
said.
is gone.
That is the opposite of what I said. I wrote down the Battle of Yavin when I meant to write down.
Gets a point.
Because if you had said Endor, I'd be like,
everyone gets a point. Everyone gets a point.
That's what I like to hear.
That is correct. As soon as I got to the end, I'm like, wait, Battle of Yavin. Reading it the second time with the answers, like, wait a minute. No, that's wrong. That's backwards. This is what happens when you're finishing the questions at 3:00 in the morning. Don't do that.
Don't do anything at 3:00 in the morning.
All right, next question. The Max Rebo Band appeared in every original trilogy film. True or false? The Max Rebo Band appeared in every original film. 3, 2, 1. Answers up. We got falses across the board. That's correct. They did not appear in it. There we go.
It makes a great appearance from a certain point of view, though.
Good one.
All right, we have 2 more questions. Do we want to carry? Because mathematically, it's over already.
Then no. Let's call it an end because we're tight on time.
All right, then. Unfortunately, Tommy, your time with us has come to an end with 4 points. You are not mathematically capable of catching up to the next competitor, who is Shawn with 7. Unfortunately, Tommy, yeah.
You are the weakest link.
I was about to say
Apparently.
got voted off the island. Damn.
It wasn't even math. It's not that. It's more than just mathematically incapable. Let's be honest.
I don't know. I think he could have got the questions based on what they are. Based on what got the 2 points, but I don't think Shawn would have gotten them both wrong, which is what would have needed to happen. And he has a 3-point lead, so it's mathematically impossible. All right, Tommy, thank you for participating, even though it didn't go your way.
Good luck on the rest of the round.
All right, that will move us forward to the wheel round, heading into the wheel.
Before we go any further, because Tommy's gone. All right, well, big thank you to Tommy for really doing a lot for us over the years of Wastelands behind the scenes and kind of being a glue guy to hold everything together. So it's not forgotten, man. Sadly, I'd love to say that I didn't think you were going out in round 1, but that would be a lie. Thanks for coming out and on to round 2, and on to round 3 we go.
Right, on to round 3, which is the wheel around, and heading into round 3. Do I have my score wrong, or do you? Because I have been at 10, you have him at 11.
I have him at 11.
Okay, well, go with that.
Put a little dead skeleton next to Tommy's name.
All right, we are now heading into the wheel round. I don't remember the order. I don't think you had that in the notes of who goes first.
It goes whoever's in the lead gets first shot.
Okay,
if you want to go first or last.
Ben, where would you like to go in the order? There are 8 categories? 9, 10 categories, I think. 10 options on the wheel. An option can only be spun once. These are your options on the wheel. You have Jedi and Sith, the movies, live action TV, literature, opponent's choice, animated series, box office, games, behind the scenes. You also forgot your choice.
That wasn't one of them.
That is on my notes.
Oh, well, it's just opponent's choice on mine. So
okay, I have the notes you gave me. That's why I said it's on mine.
All right.
I mean, it doesn't particularly matter since it's a category that's already on the board. All right, so Ben, where would you like to spin? Would you like to go first, last, somewhere in the middle?
I'll go first. Why not?
I'll go first. All right, Shawn, spin.
Ask if we shall receive.
Pulls the lever.
And a reminder, whoever is in last place at the end of this round will be the next one to get the dancing skull and crossbones.
Now, the other people need to be ready to steal.
Yes, points for this round are different. It is 3 points if you do not ask for multiple choice. It is 1 point if you do ask for multiple choice. So they get to is steal still on the multiple choice? That wasn't in the notes.
Yep, but it would only be worth.
It would only be worth 1 point. Yeah. Okay, so you can ask for multiple choice. I don't believe there's a limit on that. You can ask it as many times as you want in this round. Yep. Every question has multiple choice, so you can ask. If you don't need it, it's 3 points. If you do need it, it's 1 point. Because this is just for you until we get to the steal. If it's your round, you don't need to write down. You can just say the answer.
And is it only 2 questions per person?
3.
3? Okay. All right. Here we go.
All right. Spin that wheel.
Oh, that sounded weird.
Round and round she goes.
Where will it stop? It looks like
Ben's gonna get literature
on literature.
I love it. I love it. You guys.
Literature. I just met her.
All right. Ben. There are 3 questions. You can ask for multiple choice. You can ask me to repeat the questions.
Am I using my board or just
no? You can just because it's just you. You can answer.
That makes sense.
The other three.
But we need to write it down.
You will need to write it down. Yes.
Oh, so only the person answering doesn't need the board, but the rest of us do.
Yeah.
Well, I put it away too fast. Damn it.
That's what she said.
All right, Ben. Your first question in the category of literature.
All right.
Exar Kun returns to haunt Luke's new Jedi Order on Yavin 4 in what book series?
The Bible.
Jedi Academy?
That is correct. For 3 points, it is the Jedi Academy trilogy.
Damn you, Ben.
Good job, buddy. That's one of my favorite trilogies.
I had that one.
I knew Ixar Kun haunted somebody. I didn't know what had happened.
Particularly, it's Gantoris, and he crafts a purple lightsaber that can extend beyond the normal range of a saber. It's a really cool series.
Yeah.
So,
all right.
So the Kama Sutra.
Sure. All right. Your next question in the category of literature. This clone was the ruler of the natives of Wayland. This clone was the ruler of the natives of Wayland.
You're referring to Joris C. Sabayoth.
For 3 points, that is correct.
Killing me, Johnny.
Easy.
Ben may get lucky at this one. I mean, if you know, you know. That's what I said.
I ran Heir to the Empire, damn it, twice.
The damn movie questions will be how many hairs were on Palpatine's chin in Phantom Menace.
There are not.
You know it will.
There's nothing that difficult. I'll say that.
How many lightning bolts came out?
Okay, your final question in the category of literature. The Dark Nest trilogy features what alien race invading Chith territory?
Yuuzhan Vong?
That is incorrect. Zach, Randy, Shawn. Anybody else? Anybody else?
No, I didn't have
No,
it.
Randy? No? All right, then Shawn walks in to take second place with the 3-point steal. It is the Killix.
Oh, I thought that said the Killers, like the band.
See, I'm kind of happy because my weakest category is now off the board.
I took a bullet for you guys. You're welcome.
You came out pretty
All
good
right.
on that end, though.
That puts me up next, and
it does.
I was gonna wait, but I'm afraid of categories going off the wheel, so I'll go.
Okay. Shawn, it is time to spin the wheel.
Wheel of money. All right, Peach. Oh no! Go a little further.
It really helps for us to see it.
Go a little further.
It helps for us to see it.
Need the wheel.
Oh God.
We must see it.
We don't see the wheel.
Oh, you go.
There is shenanigans afoot.
We don't see the. Oh boy.
Box office.
Okay.
Good luck,
All
man.
right.
Oh, I smell the screw job coming on because this is the category that Johnny. So,
Oh, and it magically just is not on the screen when it lands on box office. That's just convenient,
I will
isn't
gladly
it?
respin the wheel. Can we vote on that?
No, it's fine. Keep your box office. See if I care.
All right. Again, for the purpose of this, I will clarify. Okay, these are box office mojo domestic box office numbers. Okay,
This is because I kicked your ass in Battlefront. Clearly,
I didn't pick the category. You did. Okay, you could have just left this category off the wheel entirely, but you had it in the notes. You gave it to me, and I made sure it was in there because I did the research and made the questions for it.
Wow.
Okay.
Get keen right here.
Your first question in the category of box office. Episode 7 was nearly the highest grossing film of 2015, losing by only 300,000 to what film?
wait. What? Can you repeat the question?
Episode 7 was nearly the highest grossing film of 2015, losing by only 300,000 to what movie?
So what happens if I think you have the answer wrong?
I told you
What
this
happens
is the
then?
box office. No, this is box. I can pull up the exact page I got the number from that had it listed as the second film for the year of 2015.
I'm losing track of what year films came out. So I'm gonna play this one under protest. People realize that we're gonna do that one, and I'm gonna ask for multiple choice here. But I think the question's wrong because I think The Force Awakens was number 1 that year.
Your choices are Avengers: Age of Ultron, Jurassic World, Inside Out, or Inside Out. Those are your 3.
Yeah, you're wrong. Force Awakens.
Okay.
Stick with my answer.
I'll pull up the sheet, the thing I use because this is the
Force
domestic.
Awakens is still the highest grossing domestic film of all time, period. And worldwide, it's like 3,
Hold on.
and
Now
there's no
this is
Avengers
why I think you're getting it wrong. 2015. Remember, it was only in box office for 3 weeks in the year 2015.
Oh.
I specified the year for that reason. It was only you forgot that it was in
classified
December
as
2015.
That's fucking dirty.
It's 2015.
Yeah, that's dirty. Anyways, I'll take the loss. Let's move on. We're out of time.
All right, your next question.
No steals?
Oh. Yeah, they do. They have a chance. 1
You
point.
do. I didn't
yeah.
give the answer, so.
Ben, are you going to guess? He's got some up there. I'm going with Age of Ultron.
Okay, Randy, you had the multiple choice, so you just pick one of the 3.
I'll just probably. I think Jurassic World. But
It was Jurassic World.
No, behold, Japan loves them some Jurassic World.
Well, again, it's domestic. It's domestic. It's a domestic number. I sent the link in question.
Dinosaur, rar.
Whoa, why did that go off?
Dinosaur.
You know, I pulled it up, and 2015 had some pretty big movies.
Yeah, it did.
That's why its numbers up until the end of the year counted and only had 3 weeks.
But
2 weeks.
that's not what was worded in the question. But okay.
Highest grossing film of 2015 was the question. I see where you're getting. I see where you went. I can understand your confusion.
Who got it right? I missed the score.
Ben and Randy. I'm surprised Zach didn't. All right. Your next question. Not including re-releases, what is the lowest grossing live-action Star Wars film? Not including re-releases, what is the lowest grossing live-action Star Wars film? Does not include inflation. It's just raw box office number. Lowest grossing live-action Star Wars film, not including re-releases. And not adjusted for inflation.
Empire Strikes Back.
That is correct for 3 points. Surprisingly enough, the 3 lowest box offices were Episode 5, Episode 2, and Solo, were the 3 lowest live-action film grosses, not adjusted for inflation. All right, that pulls you up to 13. Okay. Again, this is based on the year of film release. I'm going to specify that. Okay? Because that is the important part of the question. Which Star Wars film was the most recent to be the #1 highest gross in the year it was released?
Wait, say that, how you worded that again?
Which Star Wars film was the most recent to be the #1 highest gross in the year it was released? So the December releases count for that December and only that December.
The Phantom Menace.
That is incorrect. Randy, Ben, Zach.
Where did that go?
TFA.
We lost them for a second.
Randy, what do you got?
Revenge of the Sith.
That is obviously incorrect, since that was Sean's answer.
That wasn't my answer.
Didn't you say Episode 3?
I said Phantom Menace.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said Episode 3. Either way, that's wrong. Do we have Zach back?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
If it'll let me at him.
Zach, what do you got?
I didn't hear the question. It dropped me before the question.
Okay, we'll give you like 5 seconds. Which Star Wars film was the most recent to be the #1 highest gross in the year it was released?
In the calendar year it was released?
Yes.
Highest gross in the calendar year it was released. I'm going to go Attack of the Clones.
That is incorrect. It was actually The Last Jedi.
See, I thought it might be, but given the parameters that you were specifying earlier,
that threw me off as well. But
I didn't think a December release would be enough time, so I went with like a recent
I didn't either.
release.
I didn't either, but the year it was released was the
Did anyone get it?
Films. No, no one got it.
Okay. So back to the wheel.
That ends your round. You have 13 points. Ben has 17. Zach and Randy are both tied with 8. So who goes next?
Think of a number between 1 and 10. Randy and I'll guess it.
Fair enough. Okay. Hold on. I'm going to put my hands behind my head with the number in question so you guys can't see it. Okay, go ahead. Randy? Number
7.
between 1 and... Okay. Zach?
3.
No, neither of you get it. Keep going.
So who's closer?
Randy?
No, who's closer?
Who's closer? The number was 6. So
Okay, Randy.
Yeah.
All right, spin that wheel. Let's go.
Oh, thank God. trivia question isn't about Lego Star Wars. I'm.
All right. You have the category of games. This includes all video games, everything from arcade cabinets to handhelds to mobile. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Not that necessarily there are any of those, but those are all included within this subgenre. There are no mobile questions. You don't have to worry about that. All right. What was the first officially licensed Star Wars game?
Officially licensed.
Yes. I remember you do have multiple choice.
I'm just thinking that's Parker Brothers that did that one, I think.
Video game, specifically video game, Randy. So
Okay.
Board games are not relevant to this. Just video games.
Well, because if you think about it, the one I can think of that would come off the top of my head would be the 83 cabinet, the Star Wars cabinet game from 83 would be the first officially licensed Star Wars game, arcade game, or video game. But unless you're thinking
that's your
console.
answer?
Yeah.
It does include console. That is incorrect. Shawn, Ben, Zach, any of you? Super Star Wars, no. Shawn, you got nothing. Zach, you got an answer?
You're thinking Atari. Damn, you're probably thinking Atari too, you
Atari
bastard.
counts. It does. Why does it keep jerking me down the screen? God damn it.
It's dirty.
All right, so points for no one. It was the Empire Strikes Back for the Atari 2600. Came
Literally
out
is
one year before the Star Wars arcade cabinet released.
The reason I said Parker Brothers is because they're the ones that actually created the game.
Yeah.
That's why I said that.
So I guess perhaps I threw you off there with that one.
I played the hell out of that game too.
What's next?
Okay, hold on. I need to change the wording because I noticed I worded it wrong, and that would have been very confusing. Okay, the first Star Wars film to not receive a tie-in game, Lego games notwithstanding, was what?
To not receive a tie-in game?
The first Star Wars film to not receive a tie-in video game, not including Lego, was what?
Well, I am going to go with The Force Awakens.
That is correct for 3 points. I thought I might have got you with Attack of the Clones, which only released for the Game Boy Color.
And well, there's actually
Advance.
there was a few that were set in.
I think it was Color
during the
and
Clone
Advance.
Wars as well.
I had the advanced version of it.
I'm pretty sure it was Game Boy Color as well. That's why I said Game Boy Color, because the handheld version was the only one that came out for Attack of the Clones that wasn't officially released this time. So that brings you up to 11. And your final question.
No, Randy's at 12 according to what I have. No, 11. Sorry, you're right.
I had him at 8 going in, and then plus 3 is 11. All right, Randy, your final question. Yoda and Darth Vader crossed over into what fighting
Soul
game
Calibur.
universe? Damn, I didn't even get to finish the question, and that is correct for 3 points.
That's a fucking softball compared to my bullshit.
Some categories be that way.
So I guess that's Zach next, right?
Yes, Zach is next in the final go here.
For all the marks.
For all the marbles.
And this is where I bow out. If there was ever one that I would prefer over others.
And you have gotten animated series. I'll say this, they're all modern animations, so you're not going to get anything from Ewoks or droids or anything crazy.
Thank Christ.
Okay.
All right. Your first question in the category of Star Wars animation. Pre-Vizsla was based on which future Star Wars actor?
Was based on?
Yes.
So his character model was based on an actor who would later go on to be in the films?
Mm-hmm.
What the?
I'm going to need multiple choice on that one.
Okay, your multiple choice is Thomas Brody Sangster, Benicio del Toro, or Max von Sydow.
I don't like any of those options.
The first one sounds fake.
No, he's real. I'm gonna go with Benicio del Toro.
That is incorrect.
Yeah.
For the steal, I'm
just
seeing
guessing.
Max's across the board. That is correct.
Wow. I'd never heard that before.
I didn't know it either until I started doing this. That was pulled directly from the IMDb trivia page for Clone Wars. All right. No pressure, Zach, but you need to get both of these without multiple choice to stay alive. You are 5 points behind. Still doable, but you need to get both without multiple choice. If you get either question incorrect, your night is over, and we move on to the next round. If you get both correct, you move on, and Shawn doesn't. No pressure, but you need to go 2 for 2 here.
If we say goodbye to me, just fair warning, we're probably also saying goodbye to Mondo.
Well, I just mean goodbye in the sense of you'll be out of the competition.
No, I know.
I'm pretty sure they got to go soon.
Yeah.
So because we've run long, but if it is Zach that goes, we're gonna fast forward to something before finishing trivia.
Okay. Your next question. Agent Callus reports to which Imperial? Agent Callus reports to whom?
It's not the Inquisitor. It's the governor, but I don't have her name. Screw it. I'm just going to say the Grand Inquisitor.
That is incorrect.
Yeah.
For the steal?
Yeah, Price.
Wolf Yularen. Randy?
Unfortunately, I didn't have an answer written down before Shawn put it up, so I'm not going to take it.
Okay, well, in this instance, it's Ben. It's actually Colonel Wolf Yularen.
That's a deep cut.
All right. Well, that's going to put us on pause. I know we're running late here. That's just the way these things work. The score update, which I do not have a graphic for, but if you can read the lovely squiggly lines that you used to get in school, Zach is where we are. Zach is at 8, the most recent elimination. Randy at 15. Ben at 22. Seems unfair. And me at 14. Tommy's down there at 4. As we get ready to move on to our final round. But before we do, we're going to fast forward here to a quick... you two do got to go, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. We're going to fast forward to Flixbusters, a little segment Zach and I created, which reviews the films. We got a bunch of scores ready here, and let's just say it's been fun so far. We've done Phantom Menace, and we've done Attack of the Clones. Both had really good scores, better scores than what I was anticipating. Johnny even had positive scores. He wasn't even a buff on his own.
It got carried. It got carried by John Williams and the production design. Okay, everything else in that movie was trash, and the ratings were according. What in the absolute malarkey is this?
Good lord!
Is that the chicken bucket?
Oh God, the chicken bucket!
That's the Matthew McConaughey chicken bucket.
Yeah, it is.
What have you done?
Oh my God!
Oh, this is beautiful. I love it.
Oh my God!
The music makes me want to jump out the window. But the picture.
What in the ever loving fuck?
The return of cinnamon.
Oh, that's beautiful. I love it.
Oh, God bless. That's amazing.
All right, Mondo brother, over to you. I don't think any of us ever thought we would see Cinnamon return, but there she is in all her glory alongside your favorite game, Super Bombad Racing, and that famous chicken bucket that Jake did. And then Johnny's favorite is his all-time hope for game. Midichlorian's the game. He can't wait. Mondo, take us through your scores for Revenge of the Sith. Why did you give it a 93 out of 100?
Yeah, so for writing, I feel like, look, when it came to Star Wars Episode 3, we all kind of knew where it was going to go, right? And it really kind of put that movie in this really weird box because we knew what the end result was going to be. It was just getting there. And I think they did a fantastic job of getting there. And I just, again, it's one of those things where you know a lot more of it than you probably wish you would have, right? I thought the acting and the directing was awesome. I thought there were so many iconic scenes from that movie, which leads into the production. Some of the at the time, and I mean even arguably to this day, some of the best CGI scenes we had seen up to that point. And when you just think of what they were able to accomplish with some of those things, especially the lava, just and all of those pieces, freaking awesome. Sound, Johnny said it a moment ago. Anytime you put John Williams onto anything, I think you've almost got to give that a perfect sound score. But also, the sounds of Star Wars are absolutely iconic. We're talking about laser blasters, lightsabers, spacecrafts. We're talking about all of these things that they put together in this amazing space, and enjoyability. Look, yes, we knew where the story was going to end, right? We knew based on how these movies came out. But at the time, this was the last Star Wars movie we were going to get, or at least at the very minimum for a very long time. And this was going to complete something that a lot of us grew up loving. So sitting in that movie theater for the first time on opening night, because that was a big deal at this time, absolutely phenomenal. And honestly, it's one of the few. I remember going to see a lot of movies in my life, but very few as far back as this.
Help if I wasn't muted. Johnny, take us through your score of 84. Quickly, too.
Yeah, for the most part, Mondo said it all correctly. I think, again, the writing is the weakest. I think the writing, again, is the weakest part of the whole film. I mean, Padme death by heart attack, by broken heart. I never liked that. I thought it was stupid. The acting, directing, come on. I mean, the acting is phenomenal. Easily, it is the best in the sequel, or in the prequel trilogy. Far and away. I don't need to say much about that. Even with some of George's over directing that he sometimes does, you still had just phenomenal performances, specifically from Ewan and Hayden. Especially in the Mustafar sequence, and and the fight choreography that went into that. I put in the directing category. So all of that is just amazing. Production sound, like we said, if there's one thing George Lucas does well, it's production. He never missed on that, in my opinion. Sound, like Mondo said, John Williams, you can't not give it a 20 no matter what it is. Enjoyment is a 16. I think it's enjoyable. I think it's great. It sits there at a 16, which is a perfectly respectable, good score.
Yeah. Darth M. Count's Penthouse gives us a combined score of 88.5% on the chicken bucket meter. Now over to the normal Flitzbusters gang. Zach, walk us through your card, man.
Yeah, I mean, granted, the ending for Padme is probably not ideal, but I also don't feel like she was the star of the movie, and therefore didn't get the star storytelling treatment. The broken heart that Obi-Wan expresses, that Ewan McGregor expresses after he has to fight someone who was basically like his family, is just gut-wrenching. And so the story that gets told, the way that it evolves, even though you know where it's going, you love to hate to see it. The execution, though, probably could have been better. There were some directing choices. There were some writing choices
it probably would have been better. And Natalie Portman can only execute what she was given, and if that's what they gave her, then her hands are kind of tied. That being said, everybody's has already been talking about the fight sequences and how many epic lightsaber battles you get, how many big battle sequences you get, and that's just a testament to the production. And you can't have good production and bad sound design like that. Those two just have to go hand in hand. And so both of those got a 20 out of 20 from me, just because of how amazing it looked, how flawless it looked, from as soon as you finish opening crawl all the way to the twin suns at the end. It's a marvel to look at. But when I'm looking at my composite scores of all 11 movies, Revenge of the Sith got a 92 overall, and Rogue One is slightly ahead of it, and A New Hope is slightly below it. So it had to kind of fall in that middle area as my number 3 favorite Star Wars film. And part of that factors into how much I enjoyed it. I enjoy Empire Strikes Back, a perfect 20 out of 20. I enjoy Rogue One, a perfect 20 out of 20. I can take a break between my watch throughs of Revenge of the Sith a bit more than I can those other two. And so it did have to take a few points down in the enjoyment factor, just because it's not fun watching Order 66. It's not fun watching Obi-Wan's heart get torn out. It's great writing, and in that point, it's good acting, but it's not something that I could see myself watching again and again the way I can Empire, Rogue One, or even Phantom Menace. So that's why it got a few ticks off there. But overall, a very solid, very respectable 92.
I think 92 is a great score. It's hard to ask for more than that. I had it at 94, basically all the same points you hit on. One of my most favorite movie experiences ever at the cinema. Opening night for this movie was like nothing I've experienced since. The closest thing would be like Halloween 2018 at TIFF. This was amazing. I love this movie. It is a deep movie. It's not light, but man, they killed this movie. 5 lightsaber fights in one movie is impressive as well. Randy?
So yeah, this was, it's one, there's a reason this is in my top 3. And obviously, the story, the story was great. You had, obviously the acting was a lot better. Hayden Christensen understanding the character better, and actually being able to work with a better script, better dialogue. So we got to see him kind of shine. Ewan McGregor obviously just crushes it, as he always does. Obviously the production quality and the sound design and the music combined is always going to be a trait in Star Wars that will never waver. It's one of those things that it's the one thing you can always count on with a Star Wars movie is usually that is going to be top notch. Enjoyment factor. I actually loved the fact that this was a darker movie. I loved the fact it was a heavier movie. It was something that I think as Star Wars fans, we all knew we could get in film form. We just never had experienced it before until now. But yeah, this is one of those rare movies that I took my mom to see. It's one of the few movies I actually went to the theater over and over again to see it by myself. But yeah, and that's why I gave it the score I gave it.
It also becomes our first entry into the Flixbusters Hall of Fame at 92.3% between Randy, Zach, and I scores combined and divided by 3, a possible 277 points out of 300. Next week, we will have Phantom Menace. Johnny's co-hosting next week, and then Zach will be there for The Empire Strikes Back.
We're doing Phantom Menace again?
You mean New Hope?
A New Hope is the one I meant. Thank you. Yes, you are correct. That is going to call an end to the night for Zach and Mondo, though. We still have Ty Nelson to come and the trivia match to finish here. First of all, I just want to say thank you for making this happen, and apologies for running late. It's a Wastelands thing. The one thing I wanted to do is get as many people on who had a hand in Wastelands as they did. It's a lot of people to accommodate. I think the only guy we didn't get, because I just didn't hear back, was David Gramillion. Basically, everyone else who had a reoccurring presence on the show came out tonight, and I just wanted to say how much I really appreciated that, because it's really hard to get people to together these days. We all have different lives and different schedules and family commitments, and I start work in 6 hours, but I'm here and wouldn't want to be anywhere else. And really quickly, Mondo, over to you, sir. What did this mean to you?
This means a lot. This entire show meant a lot for me. As I mentioned earlier, all the episodes of this show that we did offered me an escape. And at times, and looking back, it offered me an escape that I didn't always realize I needed. Getting to get on and talk about the newest video games, the newest rumors, the newest those things, definitely were a time of my life that, I want to say I wish I would have taken it more seriously. But I think the fact that I didn't is what made it the way that it was. But for me, this show, how do I put this? A lot of people walk away from a project and say they've made friends for life. But this show gave me family. And not many people get to say that. And I will always credit this show for that. Regardless of how infrequent I may get to do it, all of those things, that doesn't matter as much to me as the irreplaceable parts of my life that this show gave me that continues to provide love and just something I'm damn proud of.
Well, man, I got nothing but love for you, brother, and for Zach for hosting you there tonight. Zach has to put up with, Randy and I, and occasionally Johnny every other week, so he's used to it. But couldn't have done this without you. And Zach, maybe a final word here before we get you guys out.
I'm just glad that we all got to hang out together, getting to see you guys in your truest forms is just such a delight. To piggyback off of the momentum that you guys had. Without Wastelands, there is no Fandom Empire. Without Wastelands, there is none of what we get to do on a regular basis. And regardless of who comes and who goes, tonight was a representation of how that fun doesn't dwindle. It doesn't die. We can pick up basically right where we left off and continue to laugh, continue to make new memories while also enjoying reminiscing about the old ones. And like he said, it's an escape. I like nerding out and podcasting because I don't really have a circle in person that I can do that with, aside from this guy right here. And so you guys are that circle. And to have that avenue, to have that opportunity to be able to cut loose and let loose with as much profanity as I want to, talking about masturbating into a sock while also talking about Star Wars trivia. Like,
fudge, yeah.
You tell me where else you can do something like that. And so it's a great form of escapism. It's a great form of camaraderie, and I'm very thankful for that. I'm thankful for all of y'all's friendship, and I am glad to have been a small part of it. So thank you for having Wastelands in the first place. Thank you for having a reunion. Thank you for having me on. It was a great night.
Well, thanks for coming out, man. It's really appreciated. You too, Mondo. And we had a question from a viewer come in. There was a few because I reached out to some of the old viewers from 1138 and who don't really follow us on YouTube anymore and or didn't ever. Want to make sure I got this one here. Foul. Hi, everyone. The hubby and I really miss the weekly banter. McMahon, Mondo, Sage. And Sage used to bring hoping to see more of you three. I was just wondering if you guys, we'll save that part of the question, but specifically the more of you three part. All we'll say is this was a lot of fun, and it may happen sooner than you think. Mondo, Zach, thanks for doing this, guys. I know we ran overtime, but it wouldn't be Wastelands if we weren't way overtime. And I'm pretty sure Darth Kaitis is in the waiting room waiting to take all of our heads off because he's like an hour plus late getting on. So I'll be ducking under the table when that guy comes on and blaming Randy because he was producing the show. Zach, Mondo, be safe, guys, and can't wait to do this again sometime down the road.
You'll have a great night. Say hi to everybody else for me.
And we're going to sub Darth Kaitis in right now as the second commentary voice here on the end of trivia. Mr. Ty Nelson, how's it going, buddy? Long time no see. I'm terribly sorry.
Good.
This is
Can you hear me?
Horribly overtime. Yes. We love your hoodie
Sweet.
too, by the way. I know what that is.
Yeah, you said like, we're only going to be about 15 minutes overtime. I'm like, all right, that's cool.
Yeah.
I think you've done the show enough to know what that actually meant.
An hour and a half overtime?
Sure, blame me for it when every time I was like, hey guys, 13 minutes, hey guys, 5 minutes. You just kept going. I was like, okay, I guess I'm not running this ship anymore.
You can herd cats. It's not our fault. We're, more tigers than kitties.
I'll stop complaining. Let's go. Let's roll.
Let's finish up this trivia.
All right. Where we finished off was the end of the wheel round. That brings us up to
running out of paper.
We are now up to the bet round. All right, where you gamble your points. You can gamble to a maximum of 10 and a minimum of 3. To confirm, Ben, you have 22 points. Randy, you have 15, and Shawn, you have 14.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, so you can gamble a maximum of 10, a minimum of 3. Do the math in your heads. Figure out how many points you want to gamble. Write that number down now.
Okay. We showing how much?
You can tell me.
Yeah.
Ben, you are gambling the maximum. Okay, Ben. Randy also betting the maximum, and Shawn, you are betting 4. Playing safe in this, that actually might be the difference between moving on to the next round and not, because the person with the lowest score at the end of this round is eliminated.
And then the score resets for the final. Yeah.
So it is 1 point, do or die. The 2 highest scores will move on to the next round. The single lowest score will not. This is one question, is do or die. The category is episode 4. The question is pertaining to A New Hope. A New Hope was nominated for 10 Academy Awards. How many did they win? I'll give you a hint. It is a number between 0 and 10. I hope that helps. A New Hope was nominated for 10 Academy Awards. How many did they win? And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're going to... Okay. Just going to do this one at a time. Ben, you answered 3. Randy, you also answered 3. Shawn answered 8. And Ty picked 7. One of you was close. And the closest was tie. The correct answer was 6.
Wow.
So, by process of wimp, the low gamble paid off, and Shawn will skate on to the next round. Randy, you have dropped down to 5 points. Ben dropped down to 12, and Shawn at 10. Randy, you went for the gusto, and you came up short.
It is what it is, man. You know, it's one of those things where go big or go home, and clearly I'm going home.
Yeah.
Well, you were, you went for it all. It was the smart,
There you go, Shawn. Just for you, man. Since you wished me bad luck earlier.
All right, that is going to conclude.
We'll keep Randy around.
I know we're going to keep him around, but it's going to conclude his participation in this game. We are now heading into.
I feel bad I let Mondo down.
We are now heading into the final round where scores reset to 0. You are both starting from scratch. No advantages, no disadvantages. You both start at 0. In this round, there are 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 5 questions in this round. 1 pertaining to the original trilogy, 1 pertaining to the prequels, 1 to the sequels, 1 to games, and 1 to television. All right. You do have the option of multiple choice. If you do not use it, you get 2 points. You can only use multiple choice once across all of the questions. Okay. If the opponent chooses it, you can the points reset. It is automatically worth 1. Okay. So even if you have the answer written down, it doesn't matter. Your first question in the original trilogy.
And there's no stealing.
Well, no, because you both get the question. So that's why I said if either of you ask for the multiple choice, that's it. It's automatically a 1-point question, regardless of who asks for it, or if you have it answered and answered correctly. So your first question: good old Ian McCrimmon replaced who as the voice of Palpatine? Ian McDiarmid replaced who as the voice of Palpatine? Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up. Neither of you want to engage your multiple choice? Okay. Answers.
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I'm saying if either of you want to engage multiple choice, now would be the time.
I'll take it.
You want it? You only get it once.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. Did he replace a computer composite voice, Marjorie Eaton, or Clive Revell?
Can I just say it?
Well, you can change it because Shawn still got his on the board, so he has a chance to change his as well. So I would advise against saying it, although I suppose you could. But
I got it.
That's what's written down. All right.
I got it.
Answers up. You are both correct. He replaced Clive Revell as the voice of Ian, as the voice of Palpatine. Excuse me. All right. Question number 2. In the prequel trilogy, Padme was replaced as Queen of Naboo by who? Who was the next Queen of Naboo after Padme? Shawn, you still have your multiple choice. Ben does not.
I feel like Ben knows the answer to this.
I do.
Ben seems confident. You're going to use your multiple choice and drop it to 1?
To take a point away from him.
All right. Is it Sabe, Raylata, or Jamila? Okay. Answers up. Shawn answered Raylata. Ben answered Jamila. You both answered a Queen of Naboo. However, Ben, Raylata came first.
Really?
Yes. Raylada was queen before Padme. She chose to go back to opera and singing and everything she did before. Padme ran out her term, and then Raylada decided she wanted to be queen again, ran for re-election, got it, and then Jamila followed Raylada.
Don't
Just
worry,
so we're
I
clear,
was the exact same thing you were.
I can barely keep up with politics in my own country, much less politics on Naboo. Come on now.
My answer before choosing multiple choice was this.
Duke the dumpster jersey. I would have appreciated that actually, but you got it right. You had a 33% chance. Steiner Math says you're looking good. You now control your destiny. It is 2 points for Shawn, 1 point for Ben. Neither of you have multiple choice remaining, so the questions are flat for the remainder. Your third question in the category of sequel trilogy. Unkar Plot offered how many portions for BB-8? Ben's got his answer in. Shawn, you good? Okay, answer's up. Ben says 60 portions. Shawn says 12 portions. Gentlemen, we have a tie. It was 60 portions.
60 portions.
Okay. Your next question in the category of games. Cal Kestis was the Padawan of which Jedi Master? Cal Kestis was the Padawan of which Jedi Master? Randy looks mad like he knows the answer to this question.
End the race.
Oh!
That might have been a giveaway. What happens if I only have the last name?
That's acceptable. The last name.
Because for the life of me, I cannot remember the fucking first name.
As long as it's obvious, like, you know.
Mm-hmm.
All right, answers up. Ben says Zeb's cousin. And Shawn
Best I got.
says T'Pol. Shawn is correct. It is Jaro T'Pol.
Who is a Lasat?
There you go.
All right, your final question for all the marbles. Ben needs it correct. Shawn needs it wrong. It's not just a one or the other. Both things must happen, or Shawn wins. No pressure.
Please be an Andor question. Please be an Andor question.
Okay. This one, I'm going to say this, okay? There are 4 characters from the Clone Wars who would later appear in live action. Name all 4.
Jeez, how much time do we get for this?
You get as I don't want to say as much time as necessary, but since I can see your hands writing until you both stop writing.
Repeat the question, please.
There are 4 characters from the Clone Wars who would later appear in live action. Name them. So characters who had yet to appear in live action in the Clone Wars, who would then
wait a minute.
Who would then go on to appear in live action.
Because there's definitely more than 4.
Yes, there are definitely a lot more than 4. But there are 4 major characters who made their debut in the Clone Wars who would then appear in live action.
And have already appeared in live action?
I have personally seen all 4. I will say this. All 4 of these characters have been seen in something we have done watch-alongs for on this channel in its history. So, yes, very much so. You have seen all 4 of these faces.
I'm going with a deep cut. I don't know if you'll accept this answer, but we'll see.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, I only have 4, so if there's more than that, we'll have to go to the board and just confirm that they did appear in live action after that, because I only found 4. All right. Are you both good? Shawn, you're good. Ben, you're good. Okay, let's see them. Okay, Ben, you have Ahsoka, Rex, Bo-Katan, and the Father. One of those is correct, and I didn't have it on my board. So if the other 3 are correct, we'll give it to you. Shawn, you've got Bo-Katan, Ahsoka, Rex, and who's that top one?
Huyang.
Hu Yang. Damn, that's another one I didn't have on my board. Okay, so by that, Shawn, all 4 of yours have since appeared in live action. The father in live action?
As a statue.
Yeah,
Technically.
it's gotta be the person. And so,
as a statue.
So close.
For the
Well
record,
played.
you guys
Well
actually had 2 on there, both of you, that I didn't have. Rex, I did not have, and you are right, he did appear in live action after that. The
Briefly,
2 I
actually.
had, that you didn't, Saw Gerrera
Oh,
yeah.
and Cad Bane.
good. There you go.
I didn't even think
I
of
was
Saw.
I was thinking Ahsoka
And-
Mandalorian
and-
era. I wasn't thinking other
And
stuff.
honestly, if you think of Cad Bane, boy, you really must have enjoyed the Book of Boba Fett.
I mean, I assumed you'd think Cad Bane because of the character, and it was, important.
Man,
So-
I can't believe I forgot both of those guys.
So either way, it is a moot point because Ben didn't get it correct. Shawn did. That means with a final score in the final round of 4-2, your winner is Shawn.
New chip! I
Golf
fluked into it. Golf clap. Yeah, I can do that. Ooh,
After the box office round, I'll admit I did not think you had a chance.
I thought I was done. I
But
thought it
here's
was
the interesting thing,
all-
Johnny, is your prediction for the final 2 is correct.
I mean, well, like I said, I didn't know your depth of knowledge. So that's why I didn't pick
If I
you.
get books, I'm pretty screwed. I'm not going to lie. That's why. And everything else, I have a shot.
Those book questions were kind. Let me tell you there.
They were kinder than I thought they were. Like when I was writing them, I was like, oh, this feels a little bit more in depth than I'd want. And then you actually start reading them and answering them, and it's like, oh no, these are actually pretty easy.
Let's I don't know if Ben is gonna stick around for this topic or not, but let's move into our final topic of the night, which is the 50th anniversary of Star Wars. Ty was slated to join us specifically for this topic. There's a bunch of rumored things that are set to happen for that year, but let's talk about the things we know that are going to happen for 2027. We know there is some sort of re-release coming for A New Hope. I'm just not sure it's going to be the one everybody's hoping for. We'll see. And then Star Wars Starfighter from Shawn Levy, starring Ryan Gosling, Mia Goth, Matt Smith, and others, comes out. That's been getting a lot of hype already, probably more than The Mandalorian and Grogu, to be honest, and is almost done filming, actually. They wrap up filming in December. So, and I don't know if you can read into it, but Matt Smith hasn't even begun filming yet, so might speak a little bit about his part and how much or little. For all we know, he's filming all of December, so it doesn't mean his part is super small. But Ty, where do you want to start with the 50th anniversary? What are your hopes for it? What have you thought of what's come out for Starfighter so far? And I know there's a bunch of rumored video game stuff, but that's just rumors at this point.
Yeah, my mind's so fried right now. Let's see, Starfighter. I don't know anything about it. Like literally, I think I've seen a picture, and that's it. Hope it's good. That's all I got for you on that one.
Do you have any hopes that, like, for what Lucasfilm and Disney could do for the 50?
So you guys touched base on it, I think the other night, like hearing the rumors of a potential animated series on Luke. I'm hoping that comes to fruition. I'm hearing things on the slide about, they do have another animated series that's coming around. I think Mark Hamill would jump into that. I personally, like, in that kind of thing, not only would I like to see the whole Luke teaching Ben and other things going on with whatever his academy is, but I would be interested in seeing how Snoke comes about and how, what his influence is and everything. Just kind of like fill in that gap of like, where did it, like, how did he even start interacting with Ben? How did he lure Ben? So, and then I think that gives it the option to bring in the Knights of Ren as well. So I think they have some untapped stuff that they could certainly do, especially animated. Visions is doing really well. We already know that Clone Wars and Rebels and have all done significantly well. So I think that has potential. Um, let's see, other 50th anniversary. I have also heard about the re-release. I personally would hope that it is the original. Um, that being said, if it's not, well, here's my belief. If it's the original, I would say it would do better in the box as opposed to bringing out the special edition again. Um, I think that you everything just went black. Can you guys still hear me?
Mhm.
Okay. So I think that that would do better than like another release of the special edition. Um, Starfighter. Um, I guess the only other thing would be how they would do celebration, because of course they're going to do a celebration. And I know that there's been talks about like when it becomes something huge like the 50th, maybe they'll do a duel, one on the East Coast, one on the West Coast at the same time. But then you have to figure out stars and everything. But I think if they were to do that, that year would be the year to do the separate at the same time, or even maybe two in the same year, one in May and then one in well, they do it in May, I would say East Coast, and then if they do it in the fall, then they do the California one. But anyway, that's me rambling. And go ahead. What are you guys thinking? Good to see you, Ben.
Good to see
Ben,
you.
Ben, how about you, buddy? What are your? We know Starfighter comes out in 2027. I know there's a rumor that we might get Star Wars Eclipse and the Knights of the Old Republic remake on that year, but that both of them are far out. What are your hopes for that year specifically, being the big 50-year anniversary?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an interesting one, being that we'll have Celebration, we'll have Starfighter, and Starfighter could be, I don't know, it could be an indication. There's already talk of just like, who's going to cameo? Could it be Rey at the end? Like, whatever. I'm not saying I'm banking on any of those, but it could, that movie could show signs of like what the next chapter, what the future of Star Wars films are going to be. And I don't know, maybe Lucasfilm, I want to say that like, they're going to make an announcement about like what the next 10 years of Star Wars movies are going to be, but like they haven't had a great track record of announcing things and then making them happen. So I really just want them to like lay off the announcements and just like make stuff. And then like if something is production, maybe we'll find out the movie that's coming after Starfighter. I don't know. I would assume it'd be in production by now, but by then. But yeah, and just there'll be a lot of stuff happening. We'll have seen Maul at that point. The whole landscape could be completely different because we're kind of in a lull right now in regards to and we're obviously going into Ahsoka, and we don't know what's going to be happening on the TV side of things in regards to live action. So I have a lot of thoughts, and it's just like it's kind of all up in the air. And I think we're over the next year and a half, 2 years, I'm sure we're going to learn some things. But I think that year in particular, like the announcements and what Starfighter is going to bring to the table and all that kind of stuff, is going to be really interesting.
Yeah, I'm really excited for Starfighter. I think they're doing it the right way. I just wish it didn't make Mandalorian and Grogu kind of feel like the ugly stepchild of the bunch with how they've treated Starfighter marketing-wise compared to Mando and Grogu. And we'll see what comes of it. Randy, what about you?
Well, what I'm hoping for in general for just the 50th anniversary of Star Wars is we get a year-long celebration in general. Just something that everybody can participate in it in some way, shape, or form. I like the idea of having multiple celebrations at different times of the year, different sides of the country, whether it be on East Coast or West Coast. I think that's an awesome idea. Obviously, we're going to get the movie. We're going to get a re-release. I would love if they just gave us the OG cut of A New Hope, just kind of, polish it up a little bit, give it that restoration. We don't need, the thing is, I feel like not enough fans out there have actually seen the original. Anything that you ever see on TV or what's on Disney Plus is, the special editions, and which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But I also think it's not the end of the world if people get to see the original cut. But next year, obviously, we're getting, Maul, we're getting Ahsoka season 2, maybe with the 50th anniversary, the celebration itself, and we'll get to learn of some new projects. Maybe we'll get, depending on how season 2 for Ahsoka ends, maybe we'll get a season 3. Maybe they'll finally announce Filoni's movie to kind of continue with where they're heading with Ahsoka and Mandalorian and the Mandoverse in general. Ultimately, I think we're gonna get a lot that we weren't expecting. I think there's gonna be a lot of cool books that are gonna be announced, probably some games as well that we never even thought about coming out. And I believe Disney is gonna. I'm hoping, not believe, but I hope that Disney gives the fans just something really to look forward to and a solid foundation moving forward with the future of Star Wars.
So one of the things that you just said, they have announced that they are intending on making the 50th year a full year of celebration. They've already announced it, that there will be something going out that whole year. So that's set, not just rumor, that's set in stone according to Disney and Lucasfilm. Johnny?
I think for me, I've always been on team release the original cuts. That's always been something I've wanted forever. Because like we said, that's really the only experience I have with Star Wars is the special editions, the ones we see on TV, the ones we saw on TV growing up, the TBS cut, and then the special editions, and all of the changes that George has continued to make, or had continued to make over the years until he finally sold to Disney. And I would like to see the originals personally. I really want to. It's something I've never gotten to experience, is the original cuts of these films. I understand that there are things that are going to look, I don't want to say bad, but things that are going to look dated and not quite what they're supposed to be and unpolished, and I'm fine with that. I want to see that. I want to see the original cuts of this film, for me, most of all, because they are the original vision. As much as George has kind of said throughout the years that, well, this is what I actually would have done. These are the things I changed, but I didn't change. But there are some changes within those that you're like, well, explain that. Why'd you change this now? Specifically, Han shot first. Right away, that established him as, I don't want to say the anti-hero, but, as the scoundrel who's willing to do whatever it takes to survive. And I think that's important for his character. It sets up and makes his return in the trench run so much more important, because he is all about himself. And it makes his return that much more impactful when you realize that he's, I don't want to say gotten above that, but it's more important that he comes back to do what's right versus what's best for him. Because what's best for him is to just take the money and run. And he comes back to fight in this battle he's not guaranteed to come back from, that a lot of people didn't come back from, and he did it by choice. And I think that was important. It's an important part of that character development. And it's just those little things, there weren't enough stormtroopers in this scene. That's fine. I don't care that you added, digitally, you added, another trooper stormtrooper. I don't care about stuff like that, because it's cosmetic. I don't care about the cosmetics. I care about the things that change the story. And that's the big one for me. I just want, I want that back. I want the ability to see it. and watch it, like, yeah, okay, most people are still going to watch the highest resolution cut that's on Disney Plus or Blu-ray, DVD, whatever, and that's fine. But I want the option to not watch that, even if it's hidden in an extras section on Disney Plus.
Yeah, I definitely think that the unspecialized, the original cuts of the movies, I think probably based on what I've been seeing online, all these rumors and there's leaks and stuff like that, I think that's going to be a big part of the 50th. Regardless of how they do it, like they could just drop it on Blu-ray or 4K or whatever else, like that would be big enough. But I think probably a theatrical release is in store. And I ever since they floated that idea and I've heard that bandied about, I'm just like, on one hand, I wonder truly how many people outside of our fandom bubble actually care about the unaltered, because it is just like it's such a deep cut. I feel like most people are just like, yeah, whatever. Maybe they heard that there was changes at one point and they don't really know. Most normal. But on the flip side of that, I think a lot of people do know, and I think Disney could turn this around and turning it into a marketing opportunity of just like, see the original, something has never been seen before since 1977, like all that stuff, like seeing the original cuts, or maybe doing it like, hey, if you have screenings with special edition or Disney Plus version and have the screenings with unaltered, I think people would be, there's a lot of parents out there that want to take their kids, whether they be 30 years old or 2 years old, they want to see the original Star Wars that I saw in the theaters. Yeah. Like that's a big opportunity that I think they will take advantage of. And if the screen captures that I've seen are true, it looks pretty good. And I've never actually watched the original unaltered all the way through myself, so I would go for that, obviously.
That'd be a huge marketing push for the our age, the 40, the 50-year-olds that are taking their kids or possibly even their grandkids. And it's not so much as like, come see what I fell in love with. Or it's if they market it in a way that it distills back to family, like I think it'll be a huge push to where they'll just rake in the dough, which is what Disney does best, right?
They are good at that.
What about you,
I'll
Shawn?
be the devil's advocate of the bunch and say I've seen them, I own them, and I don't need to see them again on the big screen. I will, for the sake of like it being a big event, and but in my opinion, what they went and did in 1997, not so much the 2004 stuff, because obviously then you start altering a lot more. But I think the 1997 version of the original trilogy is the best version of the original trilogy, the vision that holds up the most, the vision that, I don't know, I think Lucas was never going to be happy with the way the original trilogy looked, even with the special editions, because in his mind it's not what he intended. But like I get the hype behind it, and I don't think it's as willy-nilly as just doing it. Lots of rumors over the years that George Lucas had some sort of creative control over alterations to those 6 movies and what they could and could not do. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's given the nod for, here's your 50-year anniversary birthday present. I don't I know there's some people assuming we're getting Empire, we're getting Return of the Jedi. I gotta tell you, I don't think that's happening. I think that's for when Empire hits 50 and when for Return of the Jedi hits 50. I don't think we're going to see a trilogy released or anything of that sort. And I think when people go see it today in theaters, if it's too cleaned up, it's not really the original version now, is it? Like, if it's restored to 4K, it's not the way it looked when it came out. So, I got some mixed feelings about that. It's a Star Wars movie in theaters, so if I can go see it, being I live in the middle of nowhere now, I'm going to go see it. But for me, I'm more excited about Starfighter than I am seeing, the original New Hope for the 5th or 6th time. Ben, any hopes or thoughts on Starfighter before we wrap this thing up, man? Ty said he didn't know really what it was about, but in a nutshell, it's 5 years after the rise of Skywalker, and a lot of the rumors are what you mentioned. Is they're saying it's all new characters and stuff. I've heard rumors about the. Hang on, is Ty actually in here? Do we have Ty, or is there two Ties?
Yeah, he's getting the camera issues that I usually get.
Yeah, it's just not letting me go through the host though, like it normally does. So if he's not, Ty, can you hear us? Uh-oh.
Yeah, okay, I don't know now because he's got the black screen, and he was talking with the black screen earlier, like I usually get when my camera decides to glitch. Which I'm actually surprised we've been doing this as long as we have tonight, and it hasn't done it even once. So, knock on wood for that, I guess.
I was about to say, don't will it into existence.
At this point in the show, it wouldn't really bug me so much. We're 4 hours deep. I wouldn't,
There he is.
Can't tell you how many times he's done this to me. Holy cow.
Yeah.
Usually it's doing it to me, so thanks for taking that bullet.
Starfighter, 5 years after the rise of Skywalker.
Yeah.
And we know that, we believe anyways, they're trying to get a Force-sensitive kid to safety. And the assumption is, safety is probably Rey at the end of the movie in the Luke Skywalker role of The Force Awakens. Whether that comes to pass, who knows? Given the hunt for Ben Solo rumors, maybe it's not Rey. Who knows? So,
speaking of the hunt for Ben Solo, I put this in the chat in the YouTube thing. How can Ben Solo come back? There's cloning vats where the Emperor was. What is it? Exegol?
Yeah. So
his Force energy could have found an empty clone container. Boom. You got a clone, right? It can happen.
This I'm sorry for everyone on the internet being like, well, they can't come back because things like, guys, this is a fantasy movie. Like people, they can if the writer wants a character to come back to life, that character is going to come back to life. I'm sorry, it's just going to happen. There's nothing you can do about it. You can argue the semantics of just like if it should happen or whatever else, but like it's going to happen. Okay, Palpatine did it, Maul did it. They'll find a way.
I don't care about the how. I care about the why.
Yeah.
Or I guess the how too. The how and the why are they back. I don't care that they're back from the dead.
Yeah.
I care about the story of how it went about happening, and it better not be. And somehow Palpatine returned.
Yeah, and that's that is the crux of it. Just like if you do it right, people won't complain. People will accept it. They did Maul right. Everyone was like, eye roll, Maul, they're bringing Maul back. And then they nailed it. And you're like, okay, that's great. And then Rise of Skywalker did, Rise of Skywalker did. And you were like, I don't know how I feel about this.
Well, they had already done it in Legends. They'd already brought the Emperor back in Legends.
Yep,
so
they did.
Why couldn't they do it? It literally was just the lazy writing somehow. If they would have made it, I mean, to have Snoke be a clone of him, and that the elements were there, the reveal didn't work. It's lazy writing.
And they've spent the past few years trying to cover it up and put it in The Mandalorian, put it in Bad Batch to try to
prequels.
But I mean, and they did Ahsoka. They brought her back after essentially potentially killing her off in Rebels, and then Filoni was like, no, we have to have her back, and they found a way to bring her back. So it's not out of the realm of possibility of bringing Ben Solo back at all.
No, but to answer your question, Shawn, I know you were trying to answer one earlier. What intrigues me the most about Starfighter is the fact that we really don't know anything about it. I like that a lot. I think that's really interesting. And we were talking about our show this week. I was just like, Starfighter almost is like the first true standalone movie. Like Solo was about Han Solo. Rogue One was about the Death Star plans. Like they were all interconnected, where Starfighter feels like, okay, we're actually going to a new place. We're in a new era with new characters. And maybe Rey will show up. Maybe Ben Solo will show up. I kind of hope not. I kind of hope that the kid's not Force sensitive, and that's just he's just special for some other reason. And it's just a story about an uncle and a nephew just bonding and having a good old time, and they're off on an adventure, and there's bad guys trying to kill them like that. Like I would love that if that's as simple as that. And I think Shawn Levy is great at that kind of story. Like I think he's a great filmmaker. I've liked a lot of his movies. I think he can do that, and do just like maybe a coming of age story that's not all about the Force, even though it'll probably be about the Force.
Well, that's basically with The Mandalorian. It started out as a standalone. It didn't really tie in, and then all of a sudden it did, and boy, did it! And so
also, I want it to not be about a Force sensitive kid, because it's like, oh, where have we seen this before? We saw it in The Mandalorian. We saw it in Bad Batch. This whole Force sensitive kid thing. They're like Star Wars. It's like, you do this correctly. Every time you've done it, it's been great, but you're doing it a lot and you're on thin ice, guys. It doesn't.
Spoiler alert, guys. The kid is Broom Boy.
Actually, the timeline would probably line up because he's about
there. It would.
Tamiri Black.
Yeah.
Tamiri Black.
Don't
I know that
you
character.
fucking dare.
I had not had that thought until we were talking about it, and then all of a sudden I'm thinking like the timeline. Oh, he's Broom Boy. Or I know what the odds of that aren't actually
which is
good.
So funny, which would be so funny because like most of us are just like, oh yeah, that character just a representation. Like a ton of people are like, well, where's Tamiri Black? Where he's gonna be the star of the next movie? Like, of course, like they set that up in Last Jedi. I'm like, what? No, like, but it's.
I mean, you just have to retcon that one little bit that changes. Who Broom Boy was in the actual film to who it is now, right. And that's an easy. It's not like that's something Star Wars has never done before. I mean, Hayden Christensen was definitely in Return of the Jedi in 1983, right?
Yeah, I was there, man.
It will also make it to where Canto Bite now becomes important.
We'll actually see Ryan Gosling running through the background of the casino,
right?
Last Jedi Special Edition.
What were you saying, Shawn?
Oh, I said the Last Jedi Special Edition. Just insert Ryan Gosling in the background.
It would be the most George Lucas thing we could do to the sequel trilogy.
I don't know how accurate it is, but Jeff Snyder, I know he's not the most liked guy, has been pretty on point with new Star Wars announcements before they happen. And
I mean, he's accurate. He's just a dick.
Oh yeah, he's a dick. There's no doubt about that.
I don't know who he is.
To Jeff's credit, though, I'll give him this. He doesn't pretend not to be a dick. He maybe just leans into it too much.
You can be a dick if you wear it on your sleeve.
I think his co-host is a bigger dick, in my opinion. But
I mean, and then you can just fully embrace and become president. You never know.
Oh God, no, thank you. No offense. Don't want to get into
your
any
dicks
of that,
are important.
Sorry.
He had out there the bit about Rey at the end of the film. He thinks that that's who they're trying to get to, but he also had out there that Amy Adams' character is a survivor of Luke Skywalker's Jedi, whatever it was, Academy, the Order, whatever
thing. The second Jedi Purge.
I don't mind those ties, but in my opinion, those ties are so strong, it really takes away from the whole, this is a standalone. And I'm willing to bet, being that this is 5 years after the Rise of Skywalker, people seem to forget that not the whole First Order was at Exegol. There were still First Order ships elsewhere, much like the Imperial Remnant, that I still expect that you're going to see stormtroopers in this movie. And you're going to see First Order Remnant in this movie. I think that they need something to lean into that has that Star Wars imagery.
Yeah, I mean, because if you take away everything, all the Star Wars elements, like if you're like, oh, we're not going to have the Force, we're not going to have mentions of Jedi. I was like, what's the point in this being a Star Wars movie if you're not going to use at least some of the elements? We love this universe. Some of the parts of the stew you can bring in and still things. But if you just remove it all, then what's the point? But I think there is that riding that line and like withholding things. And like, I think what Andor struck that really great balance of just like, it's using these Star Wars elements, this iconography, these costumes and ships and all this kind of stuff to the best example possible, but also just like, not just throwing in people, not connecting things for the sake of connecting them. And moving forward with the story and introducing new stuff. Because I think Tony Gilroy put it best. It's like, you have to you're given this toy box, this metaphorical toy box, and you need to leave stuff in the toy box when you leave. You can't just use what's there and leave and not add something to it while you're there.
Smart guy. I hear he did a pretty highly touted series for them. That's going to do it for our show tonight because I got work in 5 hours and 10 minutes.
Only a 4-hour show. 4 hours, 40 miles. Come, you that's rookie numbers, guy. You got to pump up those numbers.
It'd be
hey now, 4-hour show would have had us ending at 2 a.m. in the old days. So we're actually on time for a Wasteland show.
Being that we do House of the Empire now every Monday night at 9 p.m. Eastern, we have made the decision to focus more on Star Wars content again in Westeros, and we'll still dabble in horror, and it'll take a bit of a backseat, but it opens the door for guys like Ty and Ben and others to appear back on the show because Johnny, Randy, and I just have a passion to talk Star Wars a little more often. We made the decision to go in this direction. We're looking forward to it. As I said earlier to the, I think it was Foul, an old 1138 listener who asked the question, when they'll see Johnny, Mondo, and I again. Well, maybe for The Mandalorian and Grogu. We can't say anything more than that, but we will be doing something on the channel for that movie. And it'll probably be a long stream like this one, a big event type thing. So be on the lookout for that. Ty, I want to thank you personally, dude, for being here. It was so much fun meeting you back in 2018. Had a really good time. It's crazy that was over 7 years ago. That's a scary thought in life in general.
Right.
But seeing your fan film for the first time was incredible. Star Wars Legends, Legacy of the Force. That was the title, right? Or did I have it wrong? Did I fuck that up? Oh, I got it right. Okay.
That's exactly right.
Still love the trailer music you guys used. I was hooked on it from then. I love the Legacy of the Force novel series, and I thought you guys knocked it out of the park. I'm stunned. Maybe they haven't. It didn't blow up like your guys' project did, but I haven't seen really anything else from that time. They're even doing all these AI shorts now, and just nothing from Legacy of the Force.
I texted you about this one guy who did Heir to the Empire, and it was doing AI, and then he got a whole bunch of crap for it, and so now he's doing traditional animation, and he's doing the New Jedi Order. The animation, from what I've seen so far, isn't as good as what looked at in the AI. However, the AI is ripped off other people's material. So I appreciate that he's doing the traditional animation. I'm watching this stuff. It's fan film quality. The people you're doing it for are for fans. If he's thinking this is going to get me noticed in the industry or anything like that, I don't see it going that way. It's because of his love. He's in his stuff. He's always thought that the Legends series could continue in an animated form. And I'm like, well, sure it could. I mean, anything could, but Disney won't have you have their canon line be infringed upon, even with their own stuff on the Legends material. Maybe as things dwindle on, they can pull something back out, or if they do a one-off or something like that, possibly. But what he's doing, I'm gonna keep watching stuff. There's other people that are doing total AI stuff that I'm like, dude, eventually somebody's gonna come down and crack down on you that you don't have their rights to their voices, you don't have the rights to their images, and you're gonna get hammered. But it's the one I mentioned. I'm not trying to plug his stuff or anything like that because I know that you guys got your anyway. If you're interested in, I can tell you about it off and give you the link and stuff. But yeah. I haven't seen. There's been other fan films that have tagged into it. There was a Mara Jade fan film a while back ago, but nothing that really source material like the books or anything like that. In fact, I was so glad that when I started doing it, I had reached out to Troy Denning, be like, "Hey, we're doing this, yada yada. Do you have an issue with us doing this?" And he was like, "No." And I picked his brain for like, "Hey, if I'm saying so and so's name, how did you pronounce it?" Because initially I had it as Cadus. And I got ripped apart in the trailer. Somebody says, "Hey, if you're going to say his name, it's supposed to be this." I'm like, "Really? Boy, have I been reading it wrong." So, I mean, but reaching out to Troy and getting his permission, I put in quotes, I felt afterwards on it, because every single book out there, right? It says cannot be you can't use this without authorized permission, yada yada yada. It's and so I mean, I can understand why people don't like step into that, and hence why things are not for public anymore. Anyway, I rambled there. Did I lose you, Shawn?
Yeah, no, I'm still here. Yeah, we had the extreme luxury of getting to talk to Troy Denning a couple of times back in the Wastelands early days, and he was super outgoing and forthright and generous with his time, and couldn't have asked more from him, to be honest. It was a blast and a great time, and for the new Jedi Order fans, they might have some competition, because I got nudged by Kevin Thompson, and if you guys listen to any Star Wars audiobooks, if you listen to the end when Mark Thompson goes, "And this production was done by Kevin Thompson, Random House Audio," he said, and I quote, I shouldn't say he said it directly, but I asked him, "You're doing all these re-releases for Star Wars Legends. You're doing unabridged audiobooks for a lot of them. Shadows of the Empire came out recently. It was fantastic. And they're high quality audio productions along with book re-releases. And it sounds like both New Jedi Order and Legacy of the Force are on the way for unabridged versions on audio and re-released physical format."
I am not surprised. Yeah.
They were too
I'm
popular
surprised they
not
took this
to
long.
eventually. Yeah.
Well, as soon as the unabridged books started coming out in audio version, I'm not surprised that they're gonna fully go through the whole Legends line and do them all. And I think they're just making. What I feel is I think that they're putting the time and the effort they need to be doing it. So I'm happy that it isn't just being slopped out there. So.
Well, let's wrap this puppy up. Ben, where can everybody have or find you at, and what do you got going on?
Just first off, thanks for having me on. Congratulations on 10 years. Good to see everyone, including Jake Damon, who I haven't talked to in a while. I didn't get to talk to tonight because he was gone before the time I got here. But good to see everyone. Lots of nostalgia. Lots of good memories associated with all your faces. So it's very good to see all of you. And I obviously good to get some stuff back, get some feelings back that I haven't had in a while, and also just relive some stuff. And yes, this was fun. Thank you so much for having me. I don't know. I don't know why you would want to just follow me at Ben Hart with no E. Literally, it's the same. It's the same thing. It's always been. I don't do that one site, but I am on Blue Sky and I am on Threads. I am on Facebook, and then the Star Wars Underworld at the SW and at Culture Slate. There you
go. Ty, you got anything at all in the works that we can keep an eye on in the near future or distant future?
I am completely hermetized. I have no social media. I am so happy that you guys asked me to come on. It's so great to see you guys. And yeah, just much love. I appreciate all the love you guys have shared with me over the years. And I'll drop in every now and then. And I wish you guys the best and all success.
Thanks, dude. It's always a pleasure having you. I apologize on Randy's behalf for you being an hour and 10 minutes. No, I'm kidding.
Randy's been privately texting me saying how much of Shawn is like cannot stop talking. I got the text right here too, if you want to see it.
Well, I mean, the cat's out of the bag now, so.
Look forward to having you on in the near future, man. Randy, where can everybody find you at, dude?
So over on X at Giggity Giles, I need to start trying to be a little more, I guess, social media savvy in that respect, because I don't post as much as I probably should. Obviously, probably tomorrow night or Wednesday, my friends and I are going to be recording the next episode of the Sports Brew. If you like listening to people do say dumb shit, get drunk, talk sports, and just rip into each other, just Google Sports and Brew, and you'll find us no problem.
Johnny, I believe everybody can find you, Randy, and I tomorrow night live on Patreon as we do our episode 2 and 3 commentary for the Obi-Wan Kenobi series. So looking forward to doing that. Episode 1 was a lot of fun. I had more fun doing that than I thought I was going to. And I'm glad we weren't doing it at 3 o'clock in the morning or 4 o'clock in the morning again. So that was
much better. Yeah.
That sounds like that was a personal decision, to be perfectly honest.
It was a prideful decision more so than anything, like in this YouTube era, if you're not on the cutting edge, you're on the trailing edge, and if you're not on the cutting edge, you're nowhere. So, we figured let's get on there right away, as soon as we can, right after the show's aired, try and be one of the first ones out there and get that. And, we did. We did a pretty good job of that. I think the numbers were better than we thought they would be for it, considering the time we were doing it. But the physical toll was so much more than we were prepared for.
Motherfucker, I did those fucking watch parties the one week and literally ended it.
I know.
Talked about the episode and had to go to work right after it was over. So
I know.
Let me just tell you, as much as Disney complains about Disney Plus, maybe if they had better release methods, certain things would be better off.
They've gotten better now with the 9 p.m. releases.
Oh, for sure. More tolerable. Big thank you to Jake Damon, who came out earlier. Couldn't have done this without him. And obviously to Mondo and Zach and Tommy B. Those guys are mainstays. And I'm sure Star Wars Wastelands will return again one day with another probably 3 or 4 hour stream that's just chaos. But for now, you got House of the Empire moving forward. For Ben, Ty, Randy, and Johnny, I'm Shawn. And we will see you again in the next video.
May the Force be with you.
You're listening to the Empire Network.